and finance through insight, innovation, and collaboration. I now invite our esteemed conference chair and co-chairs to the stage to formally inaugurate the proceedings and set the stage for today's discussions. I urge you all to please acknowledge each member with your applause as I invite them to the stage. With great pleasure, I invite our respected co-chair of the conference to join us on the stage, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. He is the Professor of Finance and Financial Data Analytics at the School of Business and Economics, University, Brunei Darussalam, and the La Trobe University, Melbourne, Australia. Sir, please join us on the stage. Next, the worthy Vice-Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Conference Co-Chair. Please grace us with your presence on the stage, sir. I am extremely honored to invite the Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, the Conference Chair, to kindly honor us with your presence on the stage, sir. Next, with great respect, we welcome the first guest keynote speaker, who is the advisor at the Central Bank of Oman and the director at the Islamic Financial Policy Department, IFPD, at the State Bank of Pakistan, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in your thunderous applause, Dr. Zahidur Rahman. Last but not the least, our second guest keynote speaker. With great respect, we welcome Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak, the Commissioner of the Specialized Companies Division at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to kindly join this wonderful panel on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. To commence this prestigious event, I request Qari Khalid Hamid Kazmi to recite a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الذين يأكلون الربا لا يقومون إلا كما يقوم الذي يتخبطه الشيطان من المس. ذلك بأنهم قالوا إنما البيع مثل الربا وأحل الله البيع وحرم الربا فمن جاءه موعظة من ربه فانتهى فله ما سلف وأمره إلى الله ومن عاد فأولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون يمحق الله الربا ويربي الصدقات والله لا يحب كل كفار أثيم إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وأقاموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة لهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وذروا ما بقي من الربا إن كنتم مؤمنين فإن لم تفعلوا فأذنوا بحرب من الله ورسوله وإن تبتم فلكم رؤوس أموالكم لا تظلمون ولا تظلمون صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah Karsa for these beautiful and enlightening verses. Now for the soulful recitation of Qasida Burda Sharif, a timeless ode of reverence to our holy Prophet, peace be upon him. Please welcome Dr. Sarwar Hussain Naqshbandi. He is the director of Hassan bin Sabit Razi Allah Ta'ala Anhu, Center for Research in Naat Literature.
مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم يا إلهي مستقل भेजुन पे रहमत और सलाम या इलाही मुस्तकिल भेजुन पे रहमत और सलाम जो तेरे महबूब आज़म और हैं खैरुल अनाम मुहम्मदुल सय्यिदुल कौनैनि व थक़लैनि मुहम्मदुल सय्यिदुल कौनैनि व थक़लैनि والفريقين من عرب ومن عجم سرور کونو مکان جنوں بشر کے پیشوا سرور کونو مکان جنوں بشر کے پیشوا ہیں محمد مصطفیٰ عرب و عجم کے رہنما هو الحبیب الذی ترجى شفاعته هو الحبیب الذی ترجى شفاعته لكل حول من الاحوال مقتحم ہے اسی محبوب سے سب کو شفاعت کی امید ہے اسی محبوب سے سب کو شفاعت کی امید حشر کا خوف و خطر جب پھیل جائے گا مزید یا ربی بالمصطفیٰ بلغ مقاصدنا یا ربی بالمصطفیٰ بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم واسطے سرکار کے ہو جائے حاصل مدعا بخش دے پچھلی خطائیں مالک ملک عطا مولایا صلی وسلم دائما ابدا علی حبیبک خیر الخلق کلہم.
Jazakallah, Dr. Sarwar Sahab. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to rise for the national anthem of Pakistan.
Thank you, everyone. You may please take your seats. To formally welcome you all to this grand gathering, it is my profound pleasure to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad. with a huge round of applause.
Auzubillahiminash-shaytanir-rajeem. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Honorable Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, esteemed national and international keynote speakers, distinguished panelists, paper presenters, respected deans, head of the departments, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you at the 9th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2026. It's a great honor that we are once again here to discuss the challenges and opportunities in Islamic economics and finance. The theme of this year's conference, Envisioning the Next Frontiers in Islamic Economics and Finance, AI Transformation and Geopolitical Realignment, is profoundly contemporary and consequential. Ladies and gentlemen, the present era, artificial intelligence and fintech are redefining the economic systems. Geopolitical shifts are reshaping global power structures in multipolar world. And ethical questions are become central to Islamic economics and finance. In such a rapidly transforming world, Islamic economics and finance are called upon not merely to respond, but to lead in offering the value-driven and inclusive alternatives grounded in the higher objectives of Sharia. Today, you all are here. You have joined us at Minhaj University, Lahore, to discuss this important topic. Minhaj University, Lahore was founded by Sheikhul Islam, Professor Dr. Tahir al-Qadri in 1986. It continues to excel under the great leadership of Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, who is the Deputy Chairman of Board of Governors of Minhaj University. At Minhaj University, Lahore, we are committed to provide a platform for scholarly debate, innovation, and research in Islamic economics and finance at the highest level of education, that is PhD. Minhaj University, Lahore takes pride in long-standing traditions of organizing academically rigorous forums that addresses the contemporary global challenges through interdisciplinary and ethical lenses, whether it is economics, governance, technology, social justice, or global peace. Minhaj University has constantly positioned itself as a platform where knowledge meets responsibility and where theory engages with meaningful and practice. Hosting World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2026 is continuation of this commitment to foster critical inquiry, intellectual dialogue, and solutions that are globally relevant yet ethically anchored in Islamic practices. This year again, the conference brings together an exceptional community of the scholars and experts to reflect on crucial questions about the role of Islamic economics and finance, resist the sustainability, and shape the prosperity in the multipolar world. The diversity and the depth of this conference spanning on keynote addresses, panel discussions, technical sessions, and pre-conference workshops, which were held before yesterday and yesterday, reflects the seriousness on which the vital question about artificial intelligence, rapidly changing geopolitical and geoeconomic dynamics, and the role of Islamic economics and finance are being addressed. I commend the International Center of Research in Islamic Economics and the School of Islamic Economics and Banking Finance for their scholarly leadership and tireless efforts for making this conference possible. I'm also confident the deliberation during the conference will generate insight that not only advance academic discourse but also inform policy, industry practice, and future research agenda across the Islamic world and beyond. At the end, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the organizing committees, local and international scholars, researchers, students who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. My special thanks to our sponsors, including the Bank al-Flah Islamic, Al-Sadiq Institute of Banking, Finance and Takaful, Pak Qatar Takaful, and also I'm thankful to our media partners, that is Islamic Finance News and Discover Pakistan. I'm also deeply grateful to our collaborators, especially the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, the State Bank of Pakistan, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar, Bahrain Institute of Banking and Finance, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Burnai Darus Salam, International Islamic University Malaysia, Cambridge IFA UK, Global Islamic Finance Consultancy, Al-Sadiq Sharia Solutions, Sunway University Malaysia, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, University Malaysia, Iranian Association of Islamic Finance, Pakistan Blockchain Institute, and many others. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you to Minhaj University, Lahore. May this conference be a source of meaningful dialogue, intellectual inspiration, and collaborative progress. Let us engage in meaningful discussions, set new normals, and work towards for a better and sustainable economic future. With this, I officially declare the 9th Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2026 open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Minhaj University stands as a testament to vision, growth, and academic excellence. To experience its inspiring journey and remarkable milestones, let us now turn our attention to a short documentary that brings this story to life.
The dream of success begins with a single step, a desire to learn, to grow, and to create a life of purpose. Minhaj University Lahore turns that first step into a journey of transformation and triumph. Since 1986, this university has opened its doors to curious minds and aspiring hearts, equipping them with not only knowledge, but also values, skills, and the courage to lead. Here, classrooms spark creativity, laboratories nurture discovery, and a vibrant campus life builds character and lifelong friendships. Guided by the revolutionary vision of Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Mohammed Tahir Al-Qadri, visionary leadership of Deputy Chairman Professor Dr. Hussein Mohiuddin Qadri, and relentless dedication of Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Minhaj University Lahore has become a home for inquisitive minds and bold spirits. Minhaj University Lahore consists of more than 15,000 students, 700 permanent and adjunct faculty members, over 400 PhDs, 11 faculties, 36 schools, 16 research centres, and publishes 12 journals with one shared purpose: to create leaders who will ameliorate society.
Minhaj University Lahore, founded in 1986 by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Al-Qadri, is certainly a place where academic excellence and innovation meet discipline, character building, and altruism. MUL is a distinguished university of Pakistan committed to providing more than just education. It offers a holistic experience that nurtures the intellectual, professional, and spiritual growth of its students. Minhaj University is the place where curiosity and thirst for learning have fully embraced diverse academic offerings, Pakistan's first robotic and fully automated library, and dozens of internationally renowned research centers. Minhaj University has precisely filled up gaps through its unique and progressive initiatives and emerged as a trend-setter institution of Pakistan.
Here, learning transcends classrooms through regularly conducted seminars, educational visits, guest lectures, and community activities, which also connect the students to real-world experiences and awaken a sense of responsibility towards humanity. Our competent faculty is our pride, who act as mentors and guides, shaping the students' character, helping them discover their potential and purpose. As a result of our faculty's dexterity, students embrace diversity, learning empathy, respect, and ethical values that will anchor them throughout their lives. Our state-of-the-art laboratories are inbuilt with innovation. From ingeniously equipped science labs to advanced TV and radio studios, students are encouraged to think critically, to experiment, and to lead the future of research and technology. The Ibn Sina Library and Resource Centre at Minhaj University, Lahore is one of its kind, with its vast treasure of books, digital access, and robotic services that empower the scholars to push the boundaries of knowledge and help them bring their ideas to life. Along with immense focus on pursuit of knowledge, MUL emphasises on connecting to spirituality as well. Our spiritual community offers essential connections and infuses spiritual values into the physical world, fostering healing of the mind, body, heart, and spirit, while supporting students' personal growth.
Welcome to Minhaj University, Lahore, where knowledge inspires excellence and excellence shapes the future of students. To nurturing knowledge that transforms lives and create lasting impact. Here, education goes beyond classrooms. It inspires critical thinking, creativity, and compassion. Our goal is not only to teach, but also to build character, kindness, and tolerance in our youth through advanced research, industry partnership, and global collaborations. Minhaj University also empowers students to turn ideas into meaningful contribution to society. Together, we are building a vibrant academic community where knowledge leads to leadership, diversity, and learning becomes a lifelong journey. Minhaj University Lahore has always worked to bring conducive environment where understanding and harmony thrives alongside academic pursuit to bring knowledge and clarity of global issues.
Campus life at MUL is vibrant. On our vast sports fields and picturesque cultural events, our students find unity, discipline, and joy, becoming not only skilled professionals, but also well-rounded individuals. From health-consciously prepared meals at our cafeterias to memories made with friends, every moment at MUL shapes lives beyond the classroom. The Directorate of Student Affairs nurtures the abilities of the students by offering a vibrant and healthy learning environment where they feel at home, ease in pursuing their dreams. From career guidance to academic advising and counselling support to financial aid assistance, these services are provided to address the diverse needs of students to ensure maximum student retention and facilitation, as we believe strong nations are built by strong and balanced minds.
Minhaj University Lahore has been providing a wide range of degree programs while focusing on micro-credentials and job-ready skills. Job-ready skills are the need for the industry and better job placement of the students. The university has a very strong relationship with the industry. Minhaj University Lahore has a good number of MOUs signed for international collaboration with international organizations and universities. Minhaj University Lahore ensures a better experience, international experience, and exposure for its students through these international collaborations with universities. Minhaj University Lahore has a very active and successful ORIC department that facilitates the students and the faculty in research and development. The university has a very well-established incubation center, which is known as Minhaj Center for Startups and Entrepreneurship. This center provides facilities for the students to take their ideas to a mature company. The university provides them mentorship and different training workshops to increase their exposure related to a company.
Minhaj University Lahore is not only responsible for providing quality education, but also ensuring that every student has equal opportunities to succeed. Recognizing the importance of financial stability in students' lives, we're dedicated to facilitate the deserving with financial support and need-based scholarships. With financial aid and scholarships, including awards honouring great personalities like Baba Guru Nanak, Sir Ganga Ram and Ruth Pafu, we ensure opportunity for all, regardless of status and circumstances. More than a place of learning, MUL is a community, a family, dedicated to shaping compassionate leaders who can guide our society toward a brighter future. Welcome to Minhaj University Lahore, where the story of success begins.
Thank you all for this appreciation. To officially unfold the VN, theme, and sub-theme of this landmark conference, let us extend a powerful round of applause to an accomplished educationist and economist known for his extensive research, teaching, and leadership in Islamic finance across the globe. In your warm round of applause, I invite to the stage Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. Sir, please join us on stage. And we need more claps.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is a wonderful event again at the 9th World Islamic Economic Finance Conference. Let me begin my speech. Dear Honorable Deputy Chairman of the Board of Governors, Professor Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, respectable international speakers and the local speakers as well, honorable guests from the industry and from the financial institution, State Bank of Pakistan, registered and the academics who are participating in this conference locally and via online, overseas registered as an overseas speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference 2026. As always, hosted by Minhaj University Lahore, it's wonderful to meet you again next year. There is a work of 10 years behind these 9 continuous conferences. 10 years of hard work Minhaj University staff and organizer have done. In this conference, as many of you are aware, Minhaj University is always dedicated to advancing the scientific knowledge through a range of seminars, webinars, and conferences like this. Today's conference is a part of our ongoing effort to deepen our international engagement and broaden our perspective of international Islamic economics and finance collaboration with the global organization. As you know, today's conference theme is, thank you. You're a good man. Today's conference themed, Envisioning the Next Frontier in Islamic Economics and Finance, Artificial Intelligence Transforming the Geopolitical Realignment. It brings together more than 700 plus registered delegates who pay the registration fees, overseas scholars, practitioners, and policymakers to reflect on a rapidly evolving global landscape contribution of Islamic economic and finance in the world. We are meeting at an important historical moment where artificial intelligence is reshaping the financial system and global geopolitical structure. We are redefining the business and economic relationship in a rapidly changing global political scenario. Islamic economic and financial institutions must respond to these changes. This conference offers a vital platform to innovation of Sharia participants to coexist, addressing uncertainty in a new era of artificial intelligence, addressing the new generations a need for banking and finance activities using Bitcoin and machine learning tools. Over the years, Minhaj University has been providing an important platform for addressing these type of key issues. We started in 2018. We launched a quest to find a unified model for Islamic economics. That was a major breakthrough that was deeply enriched and accepted by international scholars who criticize economic theoreticians, who criticize what is modern unified economic model, because most of the different fiqh produced different models. At that time, His Highness the Shaykh al-Islam, Professor Muhammad Tahir al-Qadri, groundbreaking idea of taqdeedul madahib, which was highly cited in the world, in the literature. This concept seeks to bridge different sects, different school of thoughts. And from 2019 to 2025, then under the leadership of Professor Hussain Qadri, the participant, imagine 2029 up to last year 25. Under the leadership Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, the participant explored the intersection of Islamic ethics in the various areas of Islamic economic and finance, and how co-movement and co-integration between interfaith developed on the basis of Taqdeedul Madahib model of Sheikh Tahir al-Qadri. My dear, that resulted in 2.5 dozens of books edited by Professor Tahir al-Qadri, and it is widely published in international publishing authorities. Particularly Routledge and Taylor and Francis give us a contract to edit books based on these conferences. This is one of the wonderful conference, and Routledge and Taylor and Francis publisher is a knowledge partner of this organization. In these conferences, there are 25 collaborators and knowledge and media partners. We received from all over the world around 58 plus articles from academic globally, and only we accepted 24 highly quality manuscripts, and we are honored to welcome around 30 international delegates. The program features 6 keynote addresses, 12 section keynote addresses, 4 panel discussions, and 6 technical sections, ensuring a rich academic exchange and meaningful dialogue throughout the conference. Let's work together as an academic, financial, State Bank of Pakistan staff, and the representative of the Central Bank of Brunei here, who would like to learn what steps State Bank of Pakistan is taking as a result of this conference to have a 0 interest rate up to 2028. Please sit back and enjoy the conference for the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the stage for what promises to be an insightful event. We now move from legacy to leadership and to the series of keynote speeches. It is a privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker, a globally respected authority in Islamic finance and financial regulations, with over 2 decades of leadership and currently serving as an advisor at the Central Bank of Oman and as the director at the Islamic Finance Policy Department, IFPD. Please join me in warmly welcoming for the keynote speech, Dr. Zahidur Rahman Khokhar.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. Professor Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti, Dr. Khuzam Shehzad, and Dr. Mr. Zishan Khattak, Commissioner, SCCP. Esteemed members of academia, leaders of the Islamic finance industry, dear students and professionals. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh once again, and very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me congratulate Professor Muhyiddin Qadri on the 40th anniversary. We were told that actually this university was established in 1986. So I think this is the time to celebrate. It's the 40th anniversary of this university. And I would really appreciate, the vision of Sheikhul Islam, Professor Dr. Tahirul Qadri, when he established this, university, and mashallah, it has flourished. 15,000 students, so many faculties, so many conferences, mashallah, 400 PhDs. So it's an amazing, mashallah, vision which has been, started this venture, and mashallah, it is such a big university under the leadership of Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri. A lot of congratulations to all of you. Now, let me, first of all, I was told we have very good international participation. So, first of all, to our international participation, welcome to Lahore. Lahore is actually my city. I work in Karachi, but Lahore is my city, actually. I live in Lahore, so I hope you enjoy the stay in Lahore. And I'm confident that, inshallah, with this engagement, you have, good discussions and strengthen the collaboration. Okay, so now let me focus on my speech. I will focus on 3 areas. First of all, where does Pakistan's Islamic finance sector stand today, both globally and the local level? Second, what are we doing to transform the financial system, and how far we have reached until now? And thirdly, where should Islamic finance in Pakistan go next? So, ladies and gentlemen, let me start from the first point. Where Islamic finance stands globally in Pakistan now? I am pleased to share that State Bank of Pakistan, as a central bank, has been recognized as the best central bank in promoting Islamic finance for the 2nd year in a row by the Islamic Finance News. It was just happened last week only. In fact, this is the 8th time in the 11 years that the State Bank of Pakistan has achieved this global honor. This recognition reflects leadership, consistency, and a long-term commitment to Islamic finance. According to IFSB Stability Report 2025, Pakistan is now the 12th largest dual banking market in the world. Another global assessment, this is a report by the ICD, which is a part of Islamic Development Bank, and LSCG, Islamic Finance Development Report. They have an annual report. They rank Pakistan 5th globally for overall Islamic finance development. This report tracks 50 countries, 50 countries, and based on 45 indicators, including performance, governance, sustainability, and knowledge. So based on the assessment of these 50 countries, Pakistan was ranked 5th globally. Another report, which is called Global Islamic Economy Report, this looks at the halal economy. And its recent report has placed Pakistan at the 8th worldwide, and which was the 13th position the previous year, and now they have ranked up 5 notches higher. So globally, you can see, the progress, the development in Pakistan is being well recognized by a number of international reports. Now let me turn to the local market in Pakistan. Over the last decade, Islamic banking in Pakistan has undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a niche market is now a mainstream pillar of our financial system. As of September 2025, we have started the new year, and data for the December has just come 2-3 days ago in State Bank, so we have not compiled the data yet. So I will share with you the September numbers, so you can add some numbers on these numbers. But on September numbers, in Pakistan, deposits have grown to around 10 trillion rupees, which account for 26.5% of total industry deposits. Financing by Islamic banking sector in Pakistan reached 31% in September this year, which was only 12% 10 years ago. Similarly, the overall assets of Pakistani Islamic banking industry reached around 22% in September, which is 12.6 trillion rupees. Now, physical outreach is expanding very rapidly in Pakistan. Islamic banking branches have reached to around 7,000 in Pakistan, to be exact 6,780, and they represent 37% of total branches in Pakistan. And only last year, over 1,000 branches were opened in Pakistan, the new Islamic branches. Importantly, this growth has been strong and stable. It's not only growth which is happening. If you look at the stability is part of it. Islamic banks in Pakistan maintain a capital adequacy ratio of around 30%, much above the regulatory requirement. Asset quality also remains healthy, with non-performing financing at only 3.5%. All of this reflects three things. First of all, a strong regulatory framework by the State Bank of Pakistan, committed efforts by our Islamic banking community, and most importantly, the trust of the Pakistani public. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance in Pakistan is no longer limited to Islamic banks only. My colleague, Brother Zishan Khatak, will share, what is the progress happening on the side of non-banks and, insurance takaful companies. But I will share the sectors which State Bank of Pakistan regulate. So I will discuss with you what is happening on microfinance banks, which we regulate, on development finance institutions, and digital banks. In microfinance institutions, two microfinance banks are already offering Sharia-compliant services. Their names are NRSP Microfinance Bank and U Microfinance Bank. Now, 3 more microfinance banks are in the process of getting the license for Islamic banking. In the development finance institution space, Pakistan Kuwait Investment Company and Pakistan Mortgage Refinance Company are offering Islamic products. So 2 additional DFIs have applied for getting the license. The more exciting development is the launch of digital Islamic banks in Pakistan. State Bank of Pakistan introduced a licensing and regulatory framework for digital banks, which also includes Sharia-compliant digital banks. Under this framework, State Bank has granted in-principle approval to 2 full-fledged Islamic digital banks. Their names are Raqami Islamic Bank and Buraq Bank. And Mashriq Digital Bank has already launched their operations, and Mashriq is now offering products both on Islamic and conventional basis. And we are expecting that with the launch of these 3 digital banks, and there are 2 more which are in line. So inshallah, it will expand mobile-first branchless Islamic banking and reaching new segments of society. So this is my first part. What is happening globally? What is the status of Islamic banking and finance in Pakistan? Let me now turn to, which is, I think you will be more interested, what is happening on the transformation of Pakistan's financial system. This effort is being, after decision of the Federal Shariat Court and the constitutional amendment, a high-powered steering committee was established, which is co-chaired by the Finance Minister and Governor of State Bank of Pakistan. Under this structure, a committee for transformation has been established, which is headed by 2 deputy governors of State Bank of Pakistan. And under this committee, there are 7 specialized working groups, and which have 35 work streams. So one working group focuses on the legal reforms which are needed, which were required by the court. The second is on the regulatory reforms. Another one is on the international standards adoption. Another working group is working on capacity building. Another one is on IT systems and stakeholder coordination. So in line with the Federal Shariat Court judgment, the working groups on legal reforms as well as regulatory and supervisory reforms have completed their review of banking laws and regulations. So my department actually looks into these two working groups. So we have almost completed the review, and now it has gone to the management of State Bank. These recommendations are currently under the final review by the management. A major milestone was achieved on October 30, 2024, with the amendment of the Banking Companies Ordinance, Pakistan's banking law. In this law, a new chapter has been added on Islamic banking, which provides a clear and robust legal foundation. So this is about the changes in the laws and regulations on which we are almost reaching the final stage. This is the groundwork, actually. This will impact how actually things will move forward, inshallah. With respect to the adoption of international standards, the global standard-setting bodies such as Islamic Financial Services Board and IOFI, State Bank has adopted 10 IFSB standards. IFSB has 13 actually standards on banking sector. So we have reviewed all of them. 10 we have already adopted, and 3 standards we are still working on the adoption. IOFI has now 53 standards which are IOFI Sharia standards. So out of 53, we have already adopted 45 standards, and remaining are under review. Similarly, the one dimension we have not been able to do much work on, which is a bit challenging, I would say, which is on the Islamic accounting standards. So my colleague from SSCP, Tariq is here. So we just met, the CFOs of various Islamic banks and windows and Mudarba companies, Takaful firm, REITs, just 2-3 days ago. So we are meeting them. So we are trying to move forward on this part as well, on accounting standards. And inshallah, we will then communicate with the ICAP, inshallah, on this one. Okay, now one more area is the central banking. So we talk about the banking products, we talk about what is happening on the banks. The major area which we as a central bank are looking into is how the central banking will work. So we are working on some liquidity management tools, Islamic monetary policy instruments, and Sharia compliance benchmarks. We actually prepared 2-3 internal papers last year, and we are still working on some additional dimensions now. Some additional regulatory areas where we are working now is on the Sharia governance framework. We already have a very robust Sharia governance framework for the banking sector. So we are working now a new version on the development finance institutions, for microfinance bank and digital banks. We are also preparing guidelines for the purification of retained earnings and impermissible income. Let me highlight you. This is actually one of the major problem, which has been highlighted by our banking community. We have Islamic windows, and they have a lot of, retained earning, which is, Sharia non-compliant. Now, if the entire bank converts to an Islamic bank, so where that retained earning will go? What is the, decision on that? So we have established a working group of Sharia scholars. We went to our Sharia advisory committee, and we are about to finalize guidelines for those banks who are converting fully to Islamic banking institutions. Similarly, we are preparing guidelines for Islamic microfinance banks. Another major, constraint on the, this transformation in Pakistan has been the insufficient supply of sukuk in Pakistani market. It has proved to be one of the major constraints. But the good thing is, during the last year, we have worked with on the development of a comprehensive register of government assets. Unless you identify the government assets which you can use to issue the sukuk, you can't issue sufficient supply of sukuk. So we have worked with the Ministry of Finance last year. So we have established a comprehensive register of government assets now. In 2025, Pakistan's government raised a record amount of over 2 trillion through 61 domestic sukuk issuances, marking the highest annual volume since sukuk were introduced in 2008. Similarly, the Sharia Advisory Committee of the State Bank in the last meeting 2 months ago has recently approved a structure for the issuance of hybrid sukuk. So this structure has been approved, and we are expecting that the first issuance by the government on the hybrid sukuk will be happening very soon, inshallah. But still, a lot more need to be done for the sukuk. Just to give you a context, as of December 2025, Sharia-compliant instruments by the government are around 14.5% of entire government debt. And deposits of Islamic banking are almost double this size. They're around 26-27%. So still a lot of work is needed on this form. So these are some of the reforms, which we are doing on the regulatory side, on, supervisory side, on legal side, on the scope dimension. And finally, in the last phase, let me share some thoughts on what Islamic banking needs to do now. What we are noticing in State Bank that, the one area where our Islamic banks, and especially Islamic windows, are not doing much progress is on financing to the SMEs and agriculture. Pakistan's 40%, 50%, entire employment is actually based in these two sectors. And the financing is quite limited by Islamic banking institutions, especially the Islamic windows. They're not doing much on that. So to address this, State Bank of Pakistan established a dedicated focus group on Sharia-compliant SME and agriculture finance. So we worked with Sharia scholars, we worked with the bankers, so we came up with some products, especially on working capital, to provide financing to these sectors. So we hope, inshallah, it will improve the wider adoption and wider implementation of these products. Ladies and gentlemen, under State Bank's Vision 2028, we envision a financial system that is inclusive, resilient, technology-driven, and aligned with Pakistan's development goals. To realize this vision, Islamic finance institutions need to focus on multiple dimensions. First of all, increase financing to the key sectors contributing to employment and growth in Pakistan, expand the range of risk-sharing and partnership-based instruments, deepen digital transformation and collaboration with fintech industry, embed ESG and green finance across operations. You might be aware, State Bank has issued green taxonomy only a few weeks ago. And we need to position Pakistan as a regional hub for Islamic finance knowledge and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance is rooted in justice, fairness, and shared prosperity. For Pakistan, it is not a niche. It is the destiny and natural path forward. I would like to thank again Minhaj University, Professor Hussain Mahyuddin Qadri, for inviting State Bank of Pakistan and assembling all of us to this beautiful gathering. Thank you all, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, sir. We are truly honored by your insights. It is my honor to introduce the Commissioner of Specialized Companies Division at the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, whose leadership across the financial regulations, technology, and strategic development spans over 2 decades. He's a visionary leader driving innovation, growth, and in Pakistan's capital market. Please welcome me in warmly welcoming Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak with a huge round of applause.
Sir, you're very generous. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you. It's a great honor, sir, for me to address this distinguished gathering at the 9th World Economics and Finance Conference. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood, Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, the Board of Governors, including Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri Saab, Dr. Hassan Muhyiddin Qadri, the entire management of Minhaj University, Khokar Saab, Bhatti Saab. It's really an honor, and I think you and the delegates that are here from 30 countries, I believe 32 delegates here, your participation and contribution to something like this is what it makes it happen and what's making all this successful. To start off with, I have to mention that SECP, the Security Exchange Commission of Pakistan, and State Bank of Pakistan, we work very closely together, not only in the conventional financial ecosystem, but also Islamic. And I think Islamic is the way forward. We see a lot of banking companies being represented here, but what we need to know is that SECP, when we talk about non-banking financial companies and products and services, there's a huge potential. And I think that the kind of products and services that these entities offer enables financial inclusion of women and far-flung areas of the country as well. So I think that potential that these non-banking financial companies provide to the industry is pivotal for the growth of economic systems. I think at the end of the day, it's the lives of individuals that we change and make it better. And I think any financial systems, particularly Islamic, the main focus is the individual and the family. So that's the whole agenda. That's the idea. And then everything else that is created is to facilitate that final objective and goal. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the remarkable progress Pakistan has made in embracing Sharia-compliant financial services. This journey is not only shaping our financial landscape, but also reaffirming our collective commitment to a system of finance that is ethical, inclusive, and aligned with broader objective of socioeconomic justice. The way I'll have broken it down is that I'll talk a bit about what is the current status and the growth of this sector, particularly from non-banking financial and what SECP regulates, the potential that is there, what needs to be done in this sector. So over the past 2 decades, Pakistan has witnessed a remarkable expansion in adoption of Islamic finance. What began as a niche segment a long time ago within the financial sector has steadily evolved into a meaningful and systematically important component of our broader financial ecosystem. At SECP, we regulate a wide spectrum of Islamic financial institutions. It's my pleasure, again, to share that we have observed strong, sustained growth across all these segments, including Islamic securities, Islamic collective investment schemes, Islamic NBFCs, Mudarbas, and Takaful operators. This progress is a clear reflection of growing trust, confidence, and maturity of Islamic finance as a viable, dynamic alternative within Pakistan's financial ecosystem. Now, allow me to share a bit of numbers with you, which will give you exactly the kind of progress that we have made and the kind of potential that is there. When we see the numbers, we see that initially the progress, it took some time and traction, but now it's actually all the effort and the hard work that was put in by everyone, by all the stakeholders, you see that bearing fruit as well. So in capital markets, Sharia-compliant securities listed on Pakistan Stock Exchange now has a market capitalization of 12.4 trillion rupees, accounting for 63% of the total market capitalization. So most of these numbers are as of December 31st, 2025. So imagine 63% of those overall issuances through PSX. Issuance value during 2025 exceeded rupees 2 trillion, and secondary market trading surpassed rupees 1 trillion. So this shows that we are gaining traction. I agree with the Khokar Saab's comment that there is so much more opportunities and potential there. We are working towards that. See, as a regulator, what is expected of us is to ensure that we create that reliable regulatory framework, and we let the market forces to do their job as well. We foster it, we educate, we work with the stakeholders on regulatory side as well as the end users, and we want to make sure to create a product and services which is robust, which is tackling and managing the risk, and it changes lives and businesses. A notable milestone during last year was the issuance of Pakistan's first ever sovereign green sukuk through the PSX electronics auction platform, mobilizing rupees 31.9 billion at highly competitive rates. So the corporate sukuk segment has also shown equally strong momentum. In just last 6 months, from June to December 2025, 34 new sukuk issuance amounting to rupees 143 billion were authorized. This robust activity reflects a strong appetite of Sharia-compliant financing and growing confidence among both corporates and investors in the depth and resilience and credibility of Islamic capital markets. We are witnessing a clear shift among lending NBFCs towards Islamic financial solutions, driven by strong and growing customer demand. To date, the SCCP has certified 5 full-fledged lending NBFCs as Sharia compliant, offering products across key segments such as buy now, pay later, housing finance, nano lending, and microfinance. In addition, 16 lending NBFCs are currently offering different Sharia compliant products through window-based operations, in line with the SCCP's guidelines for Islamic financial services, reflecting expanding reach and growing maturity of Islamic non-banking finance. Lastly, over the past fiscal year, the Takaful sector has maintained a strong upward trajectory, recording growth of 37% in life segment and 24% in non-life segment in terms of Takaful contributions. This consistent expansion highlights increasing public awareness, acceptance of Sharia compliant and risk management solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, this rapid and sustained growth of Islamic finance is not coincidental. It is outcome of collective and coordinated effort by the government, regulators, Islamic financial institutions, scholars, academia, and the broader community. Together, these stakeholders have worked diligently to foster an enabling environment that supports innovation, ensure Sharia compliance, and promote the long-term development of Islamic finance services in Pakistan. So, when we look at the recent and ongoing Islamic initiatives by SCCP, I'll just give you a glimpse of that. Against this encouraging backdrop, the role of SCCP extends well beyond that of a traditional regulator. So SCCP has an approach. My personal philosophy is we look at 3 things. One is the global rules and regulations, for example, AML, CFT's requirements. The second one is to ensure that any product-specific risks associated with that products are addressed in the regulatory framework. Finally, we want to make sure that the interest of the end user, may it be small business, an individual, or general businesses, is protected. If these 3 criteria are met, we encourage the products and services to be rolled out. And obviously, we evolve. We look at things, we see if we see any kind of abatement or any kind of evolution, we make that happen to make sure that these products are market resilient and stay relative as well. We view ourselves as facilitators, like I said, and enablers of growth and innovation across the financial sector. In the domain of Islamic finance, the SCCP has remained at the forefront of developing a robust, forward-looking regulatory framework that supports diversification, integrity, and sustainable growth. Now, please allow me to briefly highlight some of the key initiatives recently undertaken by SCCP. So the first one is we have developed a dedicated Sharia-compliant peer-to-peer, P2P financing model with the objective of facilitating faith-based access to alternative financing channels and promoting greater financial inclusion within the Islamic fintech ecosystem. So we know the importance, and I'm sure we all are aware of the importance of technology and how we can leverage technology to help with the Islamic finance as well. So these are small but very important steps that we take. We look at the industries and how that can be facilitated more by technology, and we see the shape of things to come from global experience as well, and we try to incorporate that in our market as well as soon as possible. Another notable initiative is the introduction of concept of WIEFC management companies and their potential integration with regulatory sector in Pakistan. So this one is my favorite. We know that the WIEFC established by, I think, Hazrat Usman Riztalano is still, some of his businesses are still operational in Saudi Arabia. That is our creed. Our creed is to have these WIEFC entities in the country the way it was 1400, 1500 years ago. So me and Tariq Naseem Saab is very helpful in this as well. In fact, he's spearheading it. This is something which is close to my heart and his heart. And we are working on establishing that Waqf concept here in Pakistan. We're reintroducing it. There are, after 18th Amendment, there are certain complications is a strong word, but we have to work with the provinces as well to make sure that it is done at federal as well as provincial level. To further strengthen Islamic participation in capital markets, the SCCP has introduced the concept of Sharia-compliant security brokers. We have given license. We are encouraging stockbrokers to have the window or a full-fledged license, Islamic security brokerage license as well. I think we have already done one. There is a requirement by Supreme Court of, I think the deadline is 2028. So we are helping. We are in constant interaction with the financial sector, and we are gearing up for that as well. We have taken concrete steps to promote Islamic microfinance and other Sharia-compliant alternatives to conventional non-banking financial company products as well. So one thing we have noticed is that we have asset management companies and brokerage houses who have more retail participation. And one of the key factors to ensure the growth and that higher percentage of retail participation was because they were providing Islamic products and services. That retail participation was observed more in full-fledged Islamic institutions. So clearly there is that action and then there is that reaction. So there is a lot of traction that we can gain out of it, and numbers are clearly pointing towards that direction as well. So there recently SCCP has approved structure of 2 innovative financing solutions in NBFC space. The first is digital nano financing platforms, providing collateral-free Sharia-compliant financing through a mobile application. The second is a buy now, pay later products that extends interest-free financing to consumers. Like I said, these are products and services that are available in conventional form globally. We are introducing the Islamic ones here in Pakistan, and I think that it will gain traction. And the idea is to create products and services, Islamic products and services, that cater not only to the Muslim needs, but to the global needs as well. Because I think, done right, Islamic products and services have the potential to take over, in some cases, the conventional products and services as well. So we have to make those robust and innovative products that will cater to the demand of the global audience as well. On the legislative front, the SCCP has initiated the process of modernizing the Modarba Ordinance 1980 and introducing the Islamic Financial Services Bill. These are indeed landmark initiatives aiming to establish a modern, comprehensive, and unified legal framework for the Islamic finance industry in Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future prospects. The future prospects are there. I'm sure the audience is well aware of what the kind of potential that Islamic financial products and services hold and Islamic economies hold. There are a few things that I would like to highlight in this. I would like to highlight 4 actually key areas that warrant our focused attention for the continued and sustainable development of Islamic finance. The first one is innovation. I think not only learning from global experience, we have to have our local innovations done. And I think institutions such as these play a key role in creating those products and services. And that innovation comes along with, and sometimes, and a lot of times, propelled by research. So in institutions like this, and they're doing great work here. So institutions like these, with their innovations and research, we can create products and services which are more geared toward the requirements of the market. Another one is technology. So we see that with my last experience in the IT sector, somebody with a laptop, a good connection, and a skill can make their living in any nook and cranny of the world that they are in. Technology makes the difference. It helps with
changing and democratization of the economy. It helps in ensuring financial inclusion in all the nooks and crannies of the country and help inclusion of women in finance as well. So all the products and services have to be geared towards to digitize. A lot of businesses actually now currently use technology, but a lot of that is going towards the enabling side of things, and we want digitization of that. Third, there is a pressing need for greater standardization. Just had a conversation with the Dr. Saab as well, and they have, the Sheikh Tahir Qadri Saab has written a book on standardization of Islamic products and services as well. So the key is to have products and services which can be taken up and used and utilized by all the madhabs, and it has to be standardized so that it gains traction and there is no confusion on the Sharia compliance of it and the adoption of it. And that is the key. This is why at SCCP we have a Sharia board. It's very diversified, and all the products and services, I believe, goes through that board so that they are market ready and readily acceptable. And the final one, ladies and gentlemen, is the public awareness. People and the general user should know the products and services that are being offered. And not only that, the availability of these products and services. We have come and have been confronted by the situations where general public are unaware of the amazing products and services that are being offered and what can that do for them and their businesses as well. So that awareness has to be created at the academic level, at the practitioner level, and at the user level as well. So in conclusion, Pakistan Islamic financial sector is well positioned to continue its upward trajectory, delivering ethical, sustainable, and inclusive financial solutions to millions. However, this continuously requires a collaborative approach, a steadfast commitment to reforms, and an innovative mindset on our part. Once again, I extend my sincere appreciation to Minhaj University Lahore for providing this important platform for dialogue and exchange. And I look forward to productive discussions and enduring partnerships over the next 2 days that will enable us to contribute meaningful to the bright future of Islamic finance in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful keynote and inspiring vision. For our third keynote speech of this conference, it is a profound honor to welcome a distinguished scholar, visionary leader, and global thought leader whose work seamlessly bridges classical Islamic wisdom with contemporary socio-economic realities. He is an authority in Islamic and modern economic thought, governance, education, and ethical leadership. Over the years, he has authored more than 55 books and over 100 research papers in English, Arabic, and Urdu, published in leading international journals, offering innovative insights on equitable growth, ethics, and social welfare. His scholarship and mentorship continues to shape generations of academicians, policymakers, and social reformers. As President of Minhaj al-Quran International and Deputy Chairman Board of Governors at Minhaj University Lahore, he has led transformative educational reforms, inspired youth empowerment initiatives, and championed peace-building programs, a true reflection of a lifelong commitment to knowledge, justice, and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, with profound respect and admiration, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Hussain.
After today, a huge round of applause again for Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. It is now time to recognize excellence and honor contribution in the field of economics and finance. To present the Lifetime Achievement Award, please welcome Registrar Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear participants and respected colleagues, I would request all the guests on the stage to please come in front of the stage. for the distribution of Lifetime Achievement Awards. Dear participants and respected guests, Minhaj University Lahore since 2018 has been proudly carrying out the tradition of awarding Lifetime Achievement Awards to academic leaders, practitioners, and professionals in honor of their substantial contributions to Islamic economics, banking, and finance. The slides on the screens, I would request for the slides on the screens, they display the recipients of previous awards from 2018 onwards. Every year, a panel of international experts proposes nominees after thorough deliberation. Two winners are chosen. Usually, one award is given to an expert from Pakistan, and while the other is awarded to an international expert. This year, the jury has chosen two outstanding individuals for the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's first Lifetime Achievement Award recognizes a very rare kind of legacy, one that is built quietly through scholarships, institutional trust, and services year after year. Today's recipient has spent more than 25 years strengthening the foundations of Islamic banking, finance, and takaful, and guiding institutions where Sharia integrity must be beyond question. He has served at the highest levels of national advisory and regulatory bodies, contributed to strengthening Sharia governance across the financial system, and supported broader standards for ethical economic life. He is not only known for scholarly depth and religious writings, but also for leadership that extends beyond boardrooms, rather transforming into real community upliftment. Today, he is actively leading 11 different projects dedicated to the welfare and upbringing of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the first recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award of this year. That is none other than Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi Sahib. He is the founder and chairman of Al Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance and Takaful, member Sharia Advisory Committee, State Bank of Pakistan, member Focus Group, Pakistan Stock Exchange, and member Sharia Board, Salam Takaful Limited. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, today we have honored a professional journey defined by quiet rigor, sustained public service, and an unwavering commitment to advancing economic development through evidence, policy, and principle. This individual, who will be the second recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award of this year's conference, is the individual we recognize has spent more than 2 decades operating at the intersection of monetary policy, regional economic governance, and Islamic finance, moving seamlessly among central banking, multilateral institutions, and academic leadership. You will recognize this impact not only in the institutions served, but also in the scholarship, produced over 100 peer-reviewed publications and edited volumes that have informed practitioners, researchers, and policymakers alike. And in recent years, the contribution has continued to deepen, including a major work on economic capital and risk management in Islamic finance, published by Routledge in 2024. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present this Lifetime Achievement Award to Dr. Muhammad Zulkhibri, Senior Economist at the Islamic Development Bank, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. I would request all to please join me in welcoming Dr. Zulkhibri. He is a Senior Economist at the Islamic Development, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He has been involved in different activities and initiatives related to Islamic banking and finance, and specifically he is related to us since the first conference, which was organized in 2018. Thank you very much. I warmly welcome the representatives of banks, business community, Lahore Chamber of Commerce, and from different walks of life and from academia.
Congratulations to all our esteemed awardees. May I request everybody to please stay in front of the stage, and Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad to join them as we have the book launching ceremony coming up ahead. Minhaj University Lahore remains firmly committed to advancing knowledge through rigorous, evidence-based research in critical and emerging fields. In continuation of this commitment, we now mark the launch of 2 landmark publications and a report. The first book that is to be launched today is titled Islamization of the Financial System, a Macroeconomic Perspective. This book is authored by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. Whole management team, please bring the book ahead.
This is our tradition that we have every year we launched several books. Last year we launched 7 books, and alhamdulillah all those 7 books already completed and most of them are published, and only 2 of them are in the production process. Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri's speech was out of one of his books, which is like more than 500 pages. That is particular book on labor rights from Islamic perspective. And this year we have first book. The title is Islamization of the Financial System, a Macroeconomic Perspective. This book is actually, we noted the need for the national agenda of Islamization of the financial system by January 1, 2028. Considering that agenda and target, so Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri's book on Islamization of the financial system, this is on most of the policy note rather than an academic book. This is more of the policy side where we will cover about the needs and the challenges countries facing and what are the proposals we have and the Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri have for the country to Islamization and to achieve that target.
Next, we have the launch of Pakistan's Progress on Sustainable Development Goals, a Decade in Review, 2015 to 2024 SDGs. This report is prepared by the Center of Economic Planning and Development, Minhaj University, Lahore. I request Mr. Hasnan Ali to please come to the podium and guide us through the details of the report.
So this is also one of the flagship reports prepared by our Center of Economic Planning and Development team. So they actually did assessment of the country, their progress, their solutions, and their the progress about the achieving SDGs, Agenda 2030. There is an exclusive chapter in this report on the role of Minhaj University and its associative institutions towards achieving SDGs, how the Minhaj University and the linked institutions playing the role towards achieving SDGs and helping the country as well. So you can read and download the report through Minhaj University website and the center website as well. So it's already uploaded there and it's available freely.
Thank you, Mr. Hasnan Ali. The second amazing book to be launched is again authored by none other than Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and co-authored by Dr. Muhammad Bilal Zafar and Mr. Hasnan Ali. The title of this publication is Human Capital and the Economics of Talent in Islamic Finance Theory, Ethics and Practice.
So this book is an edited volume, will be published by Emerald. So for this call-up for chapters, we received more than 100 submissions. And out of those 100 submissions, we only selected by the robust review process, only 14 very high-quality chapters we selected. So this book will come in June 2026, inshallah, through Emerald. So this is the international publishers. And after the process, and we balance between the empirical and theoretical studies. So this is first kind of edited volume on human talent in Islamic finance. So this will be in your hands by the end of June 2026.
Thank you very much. Now I would request the Deputy Chairman Board of Governors to please stand here to present few shields to Dr. Zahidur Rahman and Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak. I would request the Vice Chancellor to also join Deputy Chairman, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. These are the souvenirs and shield from Minhaj University Lahore and from Al Mawaqat Islamic Microfinance, being presented to Dr. Zahidur Rahman Khokar Saab from State Bank of Pakistan, and to Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak Saab. He is the Commissioner from SECP, Pakistan. I would also request Sarfraz Nadeem Saab to please join while presenting the shield to Dr. Zahidur Rahman Saab, and also Maqsood Saab from State Bank of Pakistan. Both will be joining Deputy Chairman while presenting the shield. I would also request Mr. Amir Saab, he is the Executive Committee member from Lahore Chamber of Commerce, to please join. Mr. Amir Saab to please join in front of the stage while presenting the shield to Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak. He is the Commissioner of Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. A huge round of applause. I also welcome all the participants from different walks of life, specifically from Chamber, from the business community, from the law community, from the lawyers' forums. With the core of our heart, we welcome everyone. Ms. Tuba, please set the stage for the panel discussion.
Once again, congratulations to authors of the books for this successful launch. May I request everybody to please take your seats. Moving forward, we have our first panel discussion on Pakistan at the Crossroads, from Islamization rhetoric to real sector impact in Islamic finance, a macro perspective. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Mughis Shaukat, Managing Director, Panacea Consulting, Executive Advisor, IIRA Bahrain, and Head at the Islamic Asset and Fund Management, GCC CIS Asia. Joining our moderator for this panel discussion will be our amazing learned panelists, Mr. Tariq Naseem, Head of the Islamic Finance, Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Sir, please be seated on the stage for the panel discussion. Professor Dr. Asad Zaman, Professor, Akhuat University, Pakistan. Sir, please be seated on the stage. Sheikh Shabir Hassan Maismi, Founder and Chairman, Al Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking, Finance and Takaful. Sir, please join us on the stage for the panel discussion. Sheikh Shabir Hassan Maismi, please join us on the stage, sir. Next will be Dr. Saad Azmat, Associate Professor, Lahore University of Management Sciences, Pakistan. Sir, please join us on the stage. The fifth panelist will be Dr. Hussein Maismi, Director, Islamic Banking Department, Central Bank of Iran. I request Sheikh Shabir Hassan Maismi Sahab to please join on the stage for the panel discussion.
I would request all respected guests to please have seats so that we can start our panel discussion without getting further delayed. I would request all to please have a warm cheering with Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri during the lunch. I would humbly request you all to please have your seats. I would humbly request all please to have your seats, please, so that we can begin with our panel discussion. Shahzad Rasool Saab, sir, please. All are requested to have your seats, please, so that we can begin with the panel discussion. Sheikh Shabir Hassan Maismi Saab, I would request him to please join the stage.
Dr. Hussein Maismi is also missing. Sir, please join us on the stage.
No, he will be joining us directly straight from the airport. So he'll be reaching sooner. So I would request Mughis Shaukat Saab to please, the stage is yours for 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Brother Khurram. Assalamu alaikum to all of you again, and a very warm welcome to this very beautiful 9th version of the World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference by Minhaj University, Lahore. One of the great, not only national, but an international platform for the discourse and development of Islamic finance from an array of perspective, and it's making name and gains day in and day out. It is an honor to have a very distinguished panel with me to host them, Brother Tariq, Brother Saad, Professor Azad Zaman. They're all three of them very close to my heart, Mesmi Saab and our Iranian guest who would be on the way, also equally important. I don't know what to say. I mean, the speeches in the morning were so eloquent and so full of thought process and information. Most of the things that this session was supposed to do, I think Dr. Hussein's speech was an epitome of what we wanted to discuss. But however, I mean, we will still try and add our 2 cents, and this session would try and add its 2 cents to whatever we can add. And I believe with this powerful panel at our disposal, indeed, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to the panel, brother. Indeed, we'll be able to add a lot of value that will cherish the moments and further development of Islamic finance. Achaji, the theme of this panel discussion is on rhetorics and the impact of Islamic finance. I don't know how many people are familiar with the English word rhetoric. Rhetoric ka kisko pata hai? Who understands when you hear the word rhetoric? Any idea who understands? So, I mean, not many. This is understandable. Isliye it's very, very important to know what this rhetoric means. In easy words, because Pakistan mein rhetorics ka bada rivaj hai. In easy words, rhetorics means lachhedar baatein karna. Lachhedar baatein karna, which sounds very pleasant to your ears regarding a topic. So the theme actually, I mean, is very, very important because it says or it implies that, over the 40, 50 years of Islamic finance rejuvenated adoption, which by the way, Pakistan led the way back in the 80s and even the 70s. So agar hum 1984 ko bhi hum apna start banaye, and now we are right now in 2026. So it's over 4 decades of experience of Islamic finance in Pakistan. And what this session is trying to imply that in this 42 year of experience, the Islamic finance thought process, practical implication, service, and its contribution, and the ongoing service and contributions that it offers is basically the beautification of words. वो सिर्फ लच्छेदार बातें हैं उसमें, it's all rhetoric. लेकिन जब आप उसका real impact देखते हैं of that rhetoric, तो आपको ये समझ आता है कि there is a structure and objective mismatch. बातें कुछ और तरह की हैं, it's so romantic to listen. But then the real impact of that romanticism in practical affairs does not match the words. So the walk does not match the talk. So I think, I mean, I don't have anybody better than Professor Asad Zaman to kickstart this discourse, because Professor Asad Zaman, first of all, do you think it's true that the Pakistani experience over the last 4 decades has more been rhetoric prone? And if so, where have we deviated? क्योंकि जब मैं स्टेट बैंक की बातें सुन रहा था and then खटक साहब के figures सुन रहा था, fantastic figures, number 1 central bank, number 2 security commission दुनिया में, और बड़े बड़े अच्छे instrument और standardization हो रही है, digital banking support. और फिर जाहिद भाई ने तो ये भी बताया from the state bank के भाई जब आप real impact में one data कि इस्लामिक फाइनेंस के कंट्रीब्यूशन टू रियल सेक्टर जैसे एसएमईज और एग्रीकल्चर है, जो कि बैकबोन है हमारे सिस्टम का, वो तो द अदर डे आई वाज विद मौलाना तकी उस्मानी's फैमिली, उन्होंने मुझे बताया टोटल इस्लामिक फाइनेंसिंग इज 3.1% हार्डली फॉर द रियल एस्टेट एसएमई सेक्टर आउट ऑफ द नंबर्स दैट जाहिद भाई वाज सबमिटिंग. सो वेयर हैव वी डिविएटेड?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So basically, we are stuck with trying to Islamize capitalism. And this is an impossible project. And what we need to do is to rebuild on genuine Islamic foundations. But I'm not talking about, just tearing apart everything and rebuilding from zero. Actually, we need to make more drastic reforms than have been conceived of, because within the framework of conventional capitalist thought, morality does not play any role. So let me give a few concepts. First thing to understand is that what is the business of banks? This is vastly misunderstood. And unless we understand this, we cannot make the changes that are needed. So banks are in the business of creating money. This is something that is well known now because Bank of England published a report. And so basically there was an admission, a confession that the theories which are taught in textbooks that banks do not create money are false. So once we understand that banks create money, then the question arises, where do they derive this power to create money from? This is, according to Sharia, solely the prerogative of the sovereign. So if you look at the institution, basically the government acts as the lender of last resort, which means that it backstops all the money made by banks. So if you want to understand it in plain terms, suppose that every human being, every person was allowed to issue IOUs. And the government said that if the person doesn't pay, we will pay on his behalf. So then everybody would be allowed to create money. This would lead to a situation where we would have a lot of money and banks would have no purpose at all. So banks have been given this prerogative, and they can do this only because the government backstops them. So they are not private agents. They are delegated authority to create money. And remember that the production of money doesn't cost anything. It is just an electronic entry. So once we take these two things into account, then since money is a public trust, it is a resource which is public, so banks cannot and should not morally be allowed to act in private interest. They must, because they are delegated authority, they are acting on behalf of the public. So the critical change we need to make to get a genuine Islamic banking is that the motive of the bank should not be to maximize profits, it should be to maximize public welfare. So this is just so far words, but it is a reconceptualization, understanding what banks are. And so this actually changes the default. If you look at the literature, there's a lot of literature on macroprudential regulation. This literature came into being after the global financial crisis, and what this global financial crisis showed was that microprudential regulation, if you have regulation on banks one by one, it doesn't suffice to create justice at the macro level. So what actually happened was an amazing thing if you look at it from the point of view of justice. There is a point of view of economic efficiency and there is a point of view of justice. So if you look at what happened in the global financial crisis, the banks were massively defrauding people. They were taking money from people who were not eligible to get mortgages and basically cleaning out their lifetime savings. What happened as a result of the crisis, which was caused by the banks, was that about $10 trillion of household wealth was wiped out and millions of homes were foreclosed, so millions of people were made homeless. Why? Because of the activity of the bank. But what happened as a result? The banks were compensated trillions of dollars to make up for their losses, and the people were left homeless and hungry. So this was massive injustice. But the person who carried out this injustice, Ben Bernanke, he was reappointed to manage, and he was heaped with a lot of praise for his management of the crisis. So this is just a complete miscarriage of justice, because justice is not part of the language of the economic theory. Now, what can we do from this from an Islamic perspective? Well, what the global financial crisis showed is also something that is applicable to bank. That is, bank by bank, contract by contract regulation is not enough to produce justice. We need macro Islamic. So we need actually a board of monetary justice. And this has to be at the government level. The state bank should have a wing with a board of monetary justice. In this, there should be people from the public sector, economics experts, ulama, and other relevant experts. And they should not watch for, are the banks individually doing the right thing? They should look at, is the monetary system producing justice? And if there is an injustice, like what happened in the global financial, and like what happens, if the outcome of the result of what is happening due to banking is producing injustice, it is channeling wealth towards the rich, as banking always does, it is exploiting the poor, it is some very essential resources like money are not being offered to the poor when they deserve it. It's just like the doctor not providing medicine to the person who has disease. Then the board should be allowed to do measures which rectify this injustice. So basically, we have a missing dimension. The dimension is missing from capitalism because this is simply not part of the vocabulary of economics. In Islamic economics, we have the vocabulary, but we have no institution to implement that justice. So, as a famous sociologist once said, that we all desire justice and we all desire peace and many things, but these things just remain desires unless you have an institutional implementation. So unless we establish some methodology, some mechanism, some institution which has power to enforce this, it will just remain a dream and a desire. So I think
this is very superlative and very typical of Prof. Asad Zaman's robustness in his command and thought process, and what factual and figurative command that he carries. 2 to 3 points that we can easily use as take home from what Prof. Asad Zaman has submitted. Number one, he believes that the Pakistani version of Islamic finance is more rhetoric oriented than its real effects. So Professor Asad Zaman ka palda iski taraf hai ki it's more rhetoric oriented than its efficacy that it promises. Hawa zyada bhari gayi hai, system ne utna deliver kiya nahi. This is number one. Number two, Prof. Asad Zaman then goes on and submits that one of the way forward to move away from rhetoricism and to see the real world effects of the promise and the efficacy of overall Islamic finance. मैं तो समझता हूँ कि this is very, very important for Islamic finance because there is this very important word Dr. Hussain का speech में और उनका topic में, the word dignity. Islamic finance के साथ उसकी dignity जुड़ी हुई है, दीन की dignity जुड़ी है. और अगर आप Islamic finance को as submitted by Dr. Asad Zaman is you're going to focus more on its हवा भरने में या उसके rhetorics के ऊपर और उसकी practical implementation उसको match नहीं करेगी, तो मसला बन जाएगा उसकी dignity के ऊपर. तो लोग फिर Islamic finance को गालियाँ देते हैं. Islamic finance को यहाँ तक कह देते हैं कि इसका और conventional finance का फ़र्क कोई नहीं है. यहाँ आप कान को यहाँ से पकड़ें या यहाँ से पकड़ें, दोनों एक ही जैसे सिस्टम है. This is the classic case scenario जहाँ पे लोगों को dignity की परवाह नहीं रही Islamic finance की. और I think rhetoricism or the focus of rhetoric and not matching the rhetoric with practical effects is one of the main reasons. So Dr. Asad Zaman ने फिर एक suggestion दिया कि एक Department of Monetary Justice कायम होना चाहिए so that it can align itself and take things forward from the Islamic financial promise and what it has on offer. And this brings me to bring this into discussion Dr. Saad Azmat. Saad Azmat, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, one-liner, he's the James Bond of empirical works. मैं तो यानी निचोड़ूंगा इनको यहाँ पे क्योंकि भाईजान what Dr. Asad have, सबसे पहले, do you subscribe to what has been submitted or what I have summarized as per Dr. Asad? And number two, is there any empirical evidence that a person like you can, come up or support these claims with?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Mughis. I think diversity of opinions is always good. That's where learning takes place. I've been teaching Islamic finance for a very long time. I teach these contracts that are used in Islamic banks. So let me offer my perspective on this and how I look at the problem. And How do we reconcile with what has been said by Dr. Asad Zaman earlier as well? I'll try to also offer some reconciliation, although I don't think we'll be able to reconcile it completely, but I'll try to reconcile somewhat. Now, from the perspective of justice, there is a justice at the level of the contract. And that justice is about rights and obligations. Islamic finance, as it is practiced today, has been able to achieve that concept of rights and obligations at the level of the contract, which I think is a great achievement. So it's not simply rhetoric. From in a purely materialistic environment, if it has been able to achieve some form of rights and obligations at the contract level, I see that as an achievement. And it's very interesting, the most similar looking Islamic finance products, even if you examine products like Tawarruk, you will feel that at the realm of rights and obligations, there would be certain rights which even something like Tawarruk, without condoning it, offers, which is significantly different from riba, from what is embedded in a debt contract. So that is something to be celebrated, that is something to be encouraged, and that is something that has to be deepened in terms of our legal system, in terms of our economic system, in terms of our banking system. Now, there's another issue which Dr. Asad Zaman referred to, which is the question of distribution. Now, in the way I look at the problem, the two questions are slightly different. The question of distribution is an equally important question, and a question of distribution which will become more important as time progresses. In the world of AI, for example, the question of distribution is going to be one of the most important questions that is going to come to us, which we have to address. For example, in the recent World Bank report, in the developing countries, there would be 1.2 billion workers looking for new jobs, and there would be only 300 million jobs. So we are going to see around 75% joblessness in the next 5 years. We are witnessing that today in the SEC, if you look at the S&P 500, the top 7 firms, which are all AI firms, their returns are in excess of 1,000%, and 493 firms have their returns of 10 to 20%. So we are going to experience a significant wealth disparity, which cannot be addressed simply by looking at the contracts, which have to be addressed by looking at the question of macro distribution. So it's very important that we should have these debates of distribution. But having said that, the question of distribution does not take away the question of rights and obligations which are embedded at the level of the contract. So this has to be preserved, and the question of distribution has to be added on top of it.
Wow, this is भाई आधी बात तो मेरे सर के ऊपर से गई, इतनी ज़्यादा टेक्निकल चीज़ें देखो ना भाई, है ना ये जेम्स बॉन्ड वो यानी लेकिन साथ you are right, and he does not subscribe to the rhetoric argument that Professor Asad has. So there are two divergent views आपके सामने.
Excuse me, can I intervene?
Please.
I never said anything about, I said that the micro justice is fine. I didn't say anything about that. You are setting up a wrong opposition. I said that there is a missing dimension. Just like micro-prudential regulation of banks is itself necessary and important, but it doesn't take care of macro-prudential. So the same thing is true, that the micro-level contracts, I didn't say anything about it. I said that it's the macro-level which is missing currently, and that needs to be addressed.
But I mean, this is even further clarity, and this brings to then, all of a sudden it gave me an idea to bring Brother Tariq in the picture, although I was slotting him as number last, but since what has been further reclarified by the great Professor Asad Zaman, one of the things that I actually believe, where I think Islamic finance is yet to fully deliver to its promise, even though what has been submitted by both the great gentlemen over there, including the contractual nitty-gritty and the fairness it delivers from that viewpoint by Saad. I think one thing that the industry has missed big time and still keeps on the same, going on the same trajectory is its over-reliance to deliver to its promise on the banking system. I believe, and which you've seen much more developed and advanced economies, why those economies are advanced, just per se I'm talking about, is because when you see their financial system, it is a complete financial system. Their reliance on other modes of financing is equally more as compared to banking. Capital markets is one arena which is a huge, huge area where Islamic finance is yet to fully enter and entertain itself in terms of the potency and potential that it has on offer for enhanced and smart financial inclusion. और इसीलिए the role of SECP and the likes of Brother Tariq and the whole team of SECP becomes, to me at least, that much more important, because I believe that the actual or full promise or the remaining promise of Islamic finance, particularly from the peculiarities that the Pakistani economy find itself every now and then, including the political and geopolitical mess that the world and the country is facing, it would be very important to mention the role and sort of course correct our focus a bit more towards instruments like Sukuk, like capital market instruments, like venture capital and other similar instruments, to create a real impact even for the SME and the other sectors, and then measure the promise of Islamic finance, be it, is it more rhetoric prone or the practical efficacy is on the ground. So your take, brother.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I think we all agree that Pakistan is a bank-dominated economy and a sovereign-heavy economy, a financial system. This means that the businesses and individuals are looking towards the banks for financial for their financial needs satisfaction. But in fact, it is the entire Islamic finance ecosystem that should be able to deliver on the genuine financial needs of the people of Pakistan. Because when we talk about Islamic finance, to me, Islamic finance is a mean to achieve and to enable the satisfaction of genuine financial needs of ordinary citizens of Pakistan in a genuine and Sharia compliant manner. So we are trying to develop and enable a regulatory framework, an enabling framework, and a market system where people can satisfy their genuine financial needs in genuine and transparent manner, so that their financial activities can be accelerated and their prosperity can be achieved. But you know, when we measure the financial development by just banking variables, the results are different. And last year we tried to conduct an empirical study, and we brought 47 variables of financial development that includes banking and non-banking. And this study exhibited a clear distinction of outcome of the relationship between the financial development and inclusive economic growth. And a result of my study indicated that as far as Pakistan is concerned, the introduction of Islamic finance has a serious and positive impact on inclusive economic growth in Pakistan. And because of the reason that financial inclusion is being supported by introduction of Islamic financial services and product throughout the country. So as we talk about the services available in banking sectors and in the capital market, I believe the risk capital that is actually required for the economic prosperity and growth and business development resides with the capital market institutions and not with the banking institutions. Because the depositors of the bank are risk averse. They place their financial deposits with the bank for protection purpose primarily and not for the return purposes. So risk capital is with the venture capitalists, private equity firms, and this is where capital market institutions are important for Islamic finance ecosystem. And you know, in Pakistan, we have successfully enabled Islamic finance in every aspect of financial system, but we don't have still a single Islamic private equity or venture capital fund in Pakistan. So this is where the actual impact will be created, when we'll be able to have an institution that is working and have a product model that is Sharia compliant, and then that is focusing on SMEs and small and innovative businesses, and provide the risk capital that in ordinary course of businesses not possible for conventional institutions, or in that manner by the other financial institutions in the market. And in the Sukuk market, although we have seen a tremendous growth in sovereign and corporate Sukuks, whereby financial resources are being mobilized for productive uses, but majority of the Sukuks are concentrated to fulfill the working capital needs. There are fewer Sukuk by the government of Pakistan and the corporates to expand the businesses and to develop the infrastructure where the actual real economic activity can be generated. So I think, in my view, in my humble view, the financial system, completion of Islamic financial ecosystem will take considerable amount of time to create an actual impact. And with the financial inclusion statistics of Pakistan, I don't believe that the entire financial system is in position to create a meaningful impact on the lives of lives of the ordinary citizen of Pakistan at this stage. So it will take time to create impact with the maturity of financial system in Pakistan.
Very well said, Brother Tariq. You're spot on, and I think you and I are in resonance, because as I mentioned, and building further on Professor Asad's line of thought process and what Saad has submitted, this is actually more fodder for the thought that we are trying to develop, that as I mentioned, one of the things that is perhaps making Islamic finance deviate is its over-reliance globally, including Pakistan, on the banking, which is 70% of the overall Islamic finance business. What it means is that agar aap overall Islamic finance karte hain, to 70% of Islamic finance is performed by banks only, and the rest of the 30% is distributed into other segments which are much more important to do financial inclusion. And as Tariq has submitted, and he's been very honest to say that, we don't have success stories through venture capital and other similar modes that are actually real impact creating instruments at a wide and a much more faster, rapid pace for the economic empowerment of the masses. One example is Silicon Valley in the United States. Silicon Valley over the decades have been a massive, clear source jahan pe Islamic finance is at play in an absolutely practical scenario. They call it venture capital, they call it seed funding. These days they have funky names, crowdfunding, angel investing, and so on and so forth. But basically it's classic mudaraba and musharaka going on. And if folks don't know about Silicon Valley in the United States, better Google it, because that is an avenue. Log puchte hain ki where is the success story of Islamic economic or financial system giving tremendous results? Silicon Valley in the Bay Area in California is an amazing example, which I often use to tell what the real impact looks like when you adopt risk-sharing Islamic finance 101 instruments, and what it can achieve for economic growth. To further evidence it, that if you look at the last 40 years of all those technological innovations that has transformed the world that we are in right now, hardly any, if at all, has been financed by interest-bearing debt mechanism. There have been all classic venture capital and derivatives of venture capital scenarios or phenomena that has IBM, Samsung, Microsoft, Google, Facebook. All of these are classic names that are now are going to have a huge impact on the future of finance. They call it now big techs, which is another topic of discussion. So this is what the promise of Islamic finance is with other countries. And as Dr. Hussain was saying, that you don't need to be an Islamic country or a Muslim to see the results of when you follow the rules of Islam, even in the terms of economics and finance, and hence the importance of what is rhetoric and what is the real impact and the matching of the same. And this brings into discussion the ever important presence of Sharia scholars. In Islamic finance, you can't do a bit without the consonance and the ijazat of Sharia scholars. And Brother Mazhar is here. What a great young Sharia scholar he is, gaining momentum day by day. I've seen him perform and dazzle the stages many a times. I read the stuff that he performs, and the work and the ambitions that he carries as a young Sharia scholar are very promising. Brother Mazhar, I mean, let's use Saad's point as a discussion moving forward. He mentioned that at least you can see something happening on the contractual arena and the effects of it as compared to the overall scenario, which according to Tariq needs more time to be achieved. What do you think the Sharia scholar's role is going to be to make sure that this happens and the rhetoric is then lived up to its reputation as well? Don't you think it is time, if not already, that at least the Pakistani spectrums of Sharia scholars should then perform a 101 formula activity of looking at if the contract is fine, and then also simultaneously now making sure that the impact assessment of that contract is equally important from the word go?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. بہت شکریہ. اہم سوال ہے، عمومی طور پہ پوچھا جاتا ہے، جس کو مقاصد الشریعہ کے ضمن میں پوچھا جاتا ہے کہ اگر ہمارا کوئی بھی معاملہ مقاصد شریعہ کو پورا نہیں کرتا تو کیا اس کے باوجود بھی محض وہ جو معاملہ اس کی ظاہری صورت شریعہ کے مطابق ہے تو کیا جائز شمار ہوگا یا نہیں؟ مقاصد الشریعہ کوئی ایک ایسا موضوع نہیں ہے جو قرآن و حدیث میں وارد ہوا ہو، یعنی اس لفظ کے ساتھ. البتہ بہت ساری قرآن مجید کی آیات اور احادیث اس موضوع پر نازل ہیں، اس موضوع کے متعلق ہمیں احکام بیان کرتی ہیں. البتہ جب ہم مقاصد الشریعہ کی عملی تطبیق کو دیکھتے ہیں تو ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ اس میں افراد افراط و تفرید کا شکار ہیں. بعض لوگ یہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ مقاصد محض مقصد کے عنوان سے ہونا چاہیے، لہٰذا اگر کوئی بھی معاملہ مقصد کو پورا کرتا ہے تو ٹھیک ہے. اچھا، میں دیکھ رہا ہوں بڑی توجہ ہو گئی ہے، لہٰذا میں نے خود ہی کوشش کی تھی اردو میں بات کروں، ہمارے دوستوں کے لیے انگریزی میں کوئی ٹرانسلیٹ کر دے گا. مقاصد الشریعہ کے حوالے سے افراط و تفرید کیا ہے؟ بعض یہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ مقاصد ہی محض اصول ہیں اور نصوص کا کوئی اعتبار نہیں ہے، لہٰذا وہ نص کو رد کر دیتے ہیں. یہاں تک کہ بعض لوگوں نے کہا کہ جمعے کی نماز ہفتے کو بھی ہو سکتی ہے، کیونکہ جمعے کا مقصد اجتماع تھا. اگر کسی ملک میں ہفتے کو چھٹی ہوتی ہے تو یہاں اجتماع مقصود ہوگا، نہ کہ روز جمعہ، جبکہ صراحتاً نص ہے یا ایھا الذین آمنوا اذا نودی للصلاۃ من یوم الجمعۃ فاسعوا الی ذکر اللہ. بہرحال کے موقف ہے. اس کے مقابلے دوسرا موقف کیا ہے کہ نہیں، محض معاملات کی ظاہری صورت کا شریعت کے مطابق ہو جانا کافی ہے. یہاں ایک تفریط ہے، لہٰذا ہر موقع پر رخصت کو تلاش کر لینا، ہیلوں کو ڈھونڈ لینا اور اس کو اصل و اصیل سمجھ لینا، یہ بھی ناکافی ہے. ہمیں اس بات کو سمجھنے کی ضرورت ہے. ڈاکٹر سعد اظہر صاحب ذکر فرما رہے تھے، کسی بھی معاملے کا شریعہ کمپلائنٹ ہونا، شریعت کے مطابق ہونا، خود اس معاملے کو سسٹینیبل بناتا ہے. اس کے کچھ فوائد ہیں، ایسا نہیں ہے فائدہ نہیں ہے. جب شریعت نے کہا کہ اس چیز کو بیچا جائے جو ملکیت میں ہو، جس کا ضمان ہو، تو خود یہ سسٹم ڈیولپ ہو کر سسٹینیبل ہوگا، اس میں کوئی شک نہیں ہے. لیکن اگر کلی طور پر وہ معاملہ معاشرے کے مقاصد میں نہیں ہے تو صرف محض کوئی طریقہ کار کسی کام کو جائز نہیں کرتا، بلکہ اس کے مقاصد کا بھی اس پر اثر ہوتا ہے. مثلاً شریعت میں یہ جزیہ موجود ہے، اگر کوئی شخص کوئی چیز بیچے اور اس ارادے کے ساتھ بیچے، یا اسے پتہ ہو کہ خریدنے والے کا ارادہ یہ ہے کہ وہ اس سے کوئی ناجائز قتل کرے گا، تو اگرچہ وہ چیز شرعاً جائز بھی ہو استعمال کرنا اس کے باوجود بھی بیچنا حرام ہو جائے گا، تکلیفاً حرام ہے. لہٰذا میں متفق ہوں ڈاکٹر اسدزمان صاحب کی بات سے کہ ہمیں ایز اے ہول جو شریعت کا اقتصادی مقصد ہے لکی لا یکون دولۃ بین الاغنیاء، کہ دولت فقط مالداروں کے ہاتھ میں نہیں ہونا چاہیے. جیسے کہ ڈاکٹر پروفیسر محی الدین قادری صاحب ذکر فرما رہے تھے، اگر میں اپنے ضعیف کا خیال نہیں کرتا تو پھر میرا بھی خیال نہیں کیا جائے گا. ہم پر جو رحم کیا جا رہا ہے من جانب اللہ وہ اپنے ضعفاء کی وجہ سے ہے. لہٰذا اگر میں صرف محض کسی نظام کو، اقتصادی نظام کو اسلامی اقتصادی نظام کہوں اس بنیاد پہ کہ اس کی ظاہری صورت شریعت کے مطابق ہے، بینکنگ کو اسلامک بینکنگ کر لوں، لیکن الٹیمیٹلی وہ اسلامی اقتصادی نظام یا اسلامی معاشی نظام کے مقاصد کو پورا نہیں کرتا، تو شاید یہ کامیابی حقیقی کامیابی نہیں ہے. آخری جملہ، ये जो कामयाबी है इस्लामिक बैंकिंग की तरफ जाने के लिए, फिर इस्लामी इक़्तिसादी निज़ाम, ये इस्लामी माशी निज़ाम, ये कामयाबी इज़ वर्टिकल इन नेचर। ये कामयाबी महज एक लम्हे की नहीं है कि 2028 में सब कुछ इस्लामिक हो गया, बस हमारा मकसद तमाम हो गया। नहीं, ये कामयाबी की इब्तिदा है। ये कामयाबी शुरू होगी, किसी मामले का शरीयत के मुताबिक हो जाना एक बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी है, लेकिन हम ये समझते हैं हमारी जिम्मेदारियाँ बढ़ जाएंगी। अभी ये सवाल पूछा जा रहा है 20% इस्लामिक बैंकारी से कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या ख्याल है? 100% से नहीं पूछा जाएगा, ये जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ जाएगी। तो हमें, जहाँ हम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि मामलात इस्लामी होते चले जाएं, वहीं पे हमें कोशिश करनी चाहिए। डॉक्टर सज़वान साहब का जो आइडिया है, या फिर आप तमाम अहले इल्म हजरात हैं, हमें चाहिए कि उन मकासद के तरफ भी तवज्जो करें। और मैं हर साल इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में इसलिए भी शिरकत करता हूँ कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हर साल ही प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर हुसैन मोहिउद्दीन क़ादरी एक इल्मी और अमली राह हल देते हैं मुस्लिम उम्मा को, और इस तरह दीगर स्कॉलर्स। तो हमें चाहिए कि हम मकासद को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए नुसूस का एहतराम करें। नुसूस से तजावुज़ नहीं किया जा सकता। अस्सलामु अलैकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू।
Walaikum assalam rahmatullah. Bhai, you lived up to your reputation, brother. Thank you very much for being so eloquent. और by the way, this was not rhetoric. These were facts. ख़ास तौर पे जो आपने आखिरी जुमला बोला about the speeches and the work जो डॉक्टर हुसैन करते हैं, that is something that I personally also learned from. अभी जो कितना उन्होंने ज़बरदस्त लेक्चर दिया on labor rights, और उसके ऊपर तो मैंने पकड़ लिया कि डिग्निटी के ऊपर जो बात इन्होंने की है, this is such a बारीक जुमला जो कि इन्होंने पकड़ा, और I totally back on this, sir. And again, this is the stuff that this is non-rhetoric stuff. ये लच्छेदार बातें नहीं हो रही हैं कि आपके कानों को अच्छी लग रही हैं और कोई सियासी डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं हम. What you're hearing are facts and figures and the policy prescription for present and future dynamics of the industry. Now this brings into discussion our Iranian guest, Khushamadid. Brother Hussein, you and I go back so many years, you know, back in Malaysia time and so on and so forth. We've been connected on so many other platforms as well. And by the way, truth be told, if anybody wants to see the real impact of Islamic finance and the reduction of gap between what is rhetoric of Islamic finance and the real impact of that rhetoric, Iran is a very, very good case study. बचपन में जब मैं अपना research करता था तो I used to read a lot, and I used to started reading a lot on the Iranian Islamic financial and banking experience. One of the things that I found it so much, क्योंकि ईरान के बारे में इस्लामिक फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम की स्टोरीज के बारे में लोग ज़्यादा जानते नहीं हैं क्योंकि उसकी ज़्यादा बात होती नहीं है. We rightly go to Malaysia, we rightly go to GCC, we rightly go to other modern and more mature centers, including Pakistan. But Iran, because of the geopolitical situation, we don't talk much about it. But the story, the success story, as the only country that is fully Islamic from day one. Pakistan तो अब अपने आप को rejuvenate कर रहे हैं ना 2028 जनवरी में to Islamize the whole economy and the financial system. Iranians, despite all the upheavals, all the hurdles that they continue facing, they have maintained their status of a full-fledged Islamic country from day one. And believe you me, the moment you start reading about the success of Islamic finance and what they do and how they operate, despite all the hurdles, they have become iron-fisted. जैसे हमारा पाकिस्तान का आर्मी एक iron-fisted army है because of the battles that they win and the work that they do. Iran is very iron-fisted when it comes to Islamic financial practices. और rhetoric और real sector का आपने gap को reduce होता देखना है तो Iran is one of the countries that we want to do. I know we are pressing for time, but Brother Hussein, what can we learn from the Iranian experience for Pakistan setting its new trajectory for Islamic finance development, which is more real sector oriented than rather just, you know, lip service?
Sorry for interruption, Dr. Mughis. I request you to please wrap it up within 5 minutes.
After Brother Hussein.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi tayyibin at-tahirin wa sahbihi al-muntajabin. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I am Hussein Meisami from Central Bank of Iran. It is actually an honor to be here, and my special thanks will go to Minhaj University for conducting such an scientific endeavor, and especially to Dr. Al-Qadri and his professional team for inviting, and also As-Sadiq Institute for helping us to be participating in this course. Actually, as you know, my beloved country, Iran, is under long-lasting pressure from imperialism, and we are facing lots of sanctions and things like that, and it continues. But actually, we have tried our best to come up with a domestic system of Islamic banking and finance in more than 40 years. The story of Islamic banking in Iran started 1983 with usury-free law, which was passed at that time. And at that time, Iran was one of the pioneers and leaders in conducting Islamic banking in a nationwide system. As Dr. Mughis mentioned, it is very important to understand the difference between a nationwide Islamic banking system and a dual banking system. In a nationwide Islamic banking system, new issues come around and is important to think about. For example, monetary policy, Islamic monetary policy, Islamic OMO, Islamic standing facilities, how to manage liquidity at macro levels or things like that are much important in a actually nationwide system, because the central bank do not have access to conventional banking to manage actually monetary policy or things like that. So when the system is 100% or full-fledged Islamic at macro level, some new issues arise, and the central banks, regulators, supervisors, theoretical thinkers should think about these new challenges and find ways to come up with solutions to solve the challenges that is important in this system. I believe that in a 100% Islamic banking system like Iran, you have some merits and some challenges. You should manage both of them. For example, in Iran, at the time of speaking, we have 30 full-fledged Islamic banks in all the country, and with about 30,000 Islamic branches and 300,000 Islamic bankers who are working in these branches. So, in my view, important issues in a full-fledged Islamic banking system can be categorized in 4 levels or 4 main issues. The first one I told is about monetary policy and conducting OMO and things like that. It is important. So we need Islamic central banking in a system over and above Islamic commercial banking, right? So Islamic central banking is important in a system like Iran that want to manage all the system. When, inshallah, Pakistan starts doing Islamic banking in a nationwide system, again, at this system, this issue would be much important. At the time of speaking, State Bank of Pakistan are using many instruments, for example, Bay Muajjal of Sukuk or things like that. But I believe that when the system converts to a fully fledged Islamic system, much more efforts and instruments would be needed. For example, in Iran, for central banking, we have come up with Sharia-compliant repo. It is a new instrument in Iran. We combine Bay'un Naqd with 2 options to eliminate Bay'ut, actually two bay to be put in one contract. It is a jurisprudential issue, right? It is called Islamic repo. We have sukuk al-wadi'a as a monetary policy because the secondary market or debt market of Iran is not that much deep, right? Central bank is obliged to conduct its own instrument directly. We sell sometimes sukuk directly to people and gather liquidity. We are obliged to do that. It is a new experience. It is important. It is called sukuk al-wadi'a. All of these options are new. In 2 or 3 years, we come up with these new instruments. And there are other actually instruments, Islamic instruments. For example, we have one instrument in the Central Bank of Iran called GAM sukuk. GAM sukuk. It is for financing the value chain, right? We go to real sector. There are some companies related to each other, right? And we finance all the value chain instead of financing one company. It is a new issue. We conducted that in the Iranian system, and it has very, very good effect in financing real sector of Iran economy. And there are other actually important activities to put put the Islamic banking in a way to support real sector. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the story, it is the role of Islamic banking should be to finance the real sector, not just a rhetoric case. In our view, form and substance, both of them are important. And we believe that form is much important. We should consider Sharia rules in our forms or contracts. This is an important issue. But over and above that, we should not forget that the rationale of Islamic banking is to finance real sector. And in the Iranian banking system and Central Bank of Iran, we are trying our best to finance real sector. I told you the financing value chain. We are coming up with different instruments to finance actually value chain. It is important. In a whole level system, there are some challenges. You should be aware of that. For example, when the system is totally Islamic, it is very difficult to give education to related people. I told that when you have 300,000 Islamic bankers, how you want to teach them Islamic banking? How what are the techniques you use to educate these amount of people? So it is a tough job. It is not that much easy. You should consider some special actually education. About the culture, the public knows little about Islamic banking. This is a challenge we have in Iranian banking system. We need some animation or things like that to teach Islamic banking in a simplest way to the public. It is very important. We are thinking about these issues at the Central Bank of Iran, and we should consider these cases. I told you it is more than 10 instruments, special instruments we are using in the Central Bank of Iran. All of these instruments are unique. It is because our needs are special in a whole banking system. And unfortunately, there is little written in English language about the Islamic banking system in Iran. And that's why little is known about the Islamic banking system of Iran. My last words would be introducing the only book in English language about Islamic banking. I brought some hard copy with myself, and the file is available. I will give it to anyone that needs the file. This book is about the Islamic banking system in Iran. The theory and the practical case, it is available for free, and we would be more than happy to share this book to the participants of the conference and whoever is interested in knowing in detail the story of Islamic banking in Iran. And another important issue, which is a new development, is the new Islamic Central Bank, new Iran Central Bank Act, which was passed 2 years ago in the Iranian parliament. The English version of this law is also available. And this law has changed the Islamic banking system of Iran from usury free banking to Islamic banking system. In this law, it is stated in Article 3 that the Central Bank of Iran is obliged to conduct Islamic banking instead of usury free banking. So we call this law a paradigm shift in the Iranian system. Altogether, it means that considering all the sanctions and challenges and everything that we face in Iran, we are doing our best and we are trying our best to come up with solution based on Sharia. And whatever instrument we use in the Central Bank of Iran, before conducting that, we refer to AOF standards. We try to compare our regulation with AOF and also with IFSB. We are in touch with people of IFSB and AOF, and we try to compare and go in a way that is in harmony with international standards. So I thought that it is very important to consider the Iranian experience, and we are trying our best to come with solutions to conduct Islamic central banking in the actually real sector driven way, and we try our best to finance in a way that real sector be benefited from Islamic banking instruments. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, brother. I mean, this is bullseye. As I mentioned, Iran has such a story that people don't know much about it. And look at the stuff that he mentioned. Lot to learn from Iran. The Guam Sukuk, fantastic Sukuk. Wadi never heard that before. And look at how it's trying to deliver the promise of Islamic finance to the real sector development. This is fantastic. I mean, Iran ka to ye lagta hai ki mushkilein sar pe itni padi ki aasan ho gayi. I mean, Brother Mazhar, you will translate it in Farsi to him. So this is a fantastic story. One should actually, anybody who's doing a project in your undergrad or postgrad, please do use Iran as a case study. A lot to learn, a lot of success stories in the making and to be discussed. Now, I've been told that roti khol nahi hai, or aa gayi hai bandi bimari, हाँ? तो एक minute. Audience, 5 minutes or. I know roti is important, 5 minutes or. One liner from all these beautiful gentlemen, given the discussion that we had, and by the way, all what you have done is not rhetoric. ये लच्छेदार बातें नहीं थी. हुसैन साहब को देखें ना, आप सारी बातें बता दी कि how Iran, for example, is contributing. So this is no rhetoric. All of these is real, hardcore, real meat, full grain stuff that we are listening from these beautiful people. One liner starting from Prof. Asad Zaman, 1 point agenda. I know you've mentioned the option of Monetary Justice Department. What is your one way forward from here onwards to live the promise of Islamic finance with constitutional amendment in view? And then all of us will deliberate on the same point. Prof. Asad.
I'll just make one point. Social transformation always begins from where you are standing. And this is the biggest mistake that has been made by revolutionaries. There are examples of revolutions, of course. But if you want to make change, you have to start from where you are. People always, utopians, that, okay, here's the ideal Islamic system, and so let's get to it. And how do you get to it? By tearing everything down and rebuilding from scratch. And that never works. So I think that it is wrong to say that I think that Islamic banking as it exists is wrong or bad. I think it's a great start from where we are standing. This was what could be done, and definitely it's not ideal. And if you want to criticize us, there's huge numbers of criticism you can make, and I have made them, but it doesn't mean that this is not a contribution. This is a step in the right direction, and it needs further management to grow into something that could actually be revolutionary.
Thank you very much. As crisp you are, Dr. Asad Badasad.
My suggestion would be that we should let Islamic finance evolve the way it is evolving. And let it evolve for the next few decades. In the meantime, the question of distribution, the question of inequity, in the meantime, is also a real question. To expect that it would be solved by Islamic finance in the near future, it's unlikely. So let Islamic finance evolve the way it is evolving, but in the meantime, we should have alternative institutions of distribution that should address the immediacy of the problem that we see. I think that's what the world is moving towards as well. We are moving towards a universal income and these conversations and these type of institutions should also be something that we should see in the Muslim world.
Great. Your cue, Brother Tariq.
So my last suggestion or point would be to focus Islamic social finance, because what we discuss most of the time is Islamic commercial finance. For example, a Waqf institution can create this university, and Islamic financial institution will not do the work of a Waqf. So we need to focus more on developing Islamic social finance institutions like Waqf and the Zakah institutions so as to achieve the actual objectives of financial system.
Very good. So Waqf and social finance focus is the way forward from Brother Tariq. Brother Mazhar.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا وَإِنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Allah says that if you strive in my way, I am with you. So this is the way of Allah to convert the interest-based economy towards Islamic economic system, and we should work together and we should not stop ourselves. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Allah only change those nations who try to change themselves first. Thank you.
Wonderful. What a great culmination of ideas. Ending on a high note, Brother Hussein. Way forward for Pakistan in living the promise of Islamic finance. One thing that you want to mention.
Okay. I want to point one thing regarding this issue, I believe that comparing and asking this question that form is more important or substance is important is a wrong question. In my view, both of them are important, right? The ultimate goal of Islamic finance is to finance the real sector of Islamic Ummah, right? And in this way, the form will help. And so we should consider both form and substance together. But we should not forget our ultimate purpose of Islamic banking, justice, social economics, ethical banking, or things like that, right? They should consider both together.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to all of this very learned speaker. No rhetoric, all real stuff, lot of good stuff to take away for home. And with that, Mubarak again to Minhaj for a 9th edition of this wonderful conference, and the discussion and deliberations further add the evidence. Thank you very much to all the esteemed panelists, and off we go for lunch.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mughis, for skillfully leading such an engaging discussion. On behalf of Conference Secretariat, Minhaj University, Lahore, we welcome Mia Asif Saab, Member, Punjab Bar, newly elected, for taking out time from his schedule and gracing us with his presence. I humbly request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti, and Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad to please join in front of the stage as we present the tokens of appreciation to the members of this first panel discussion. The first shield goes to Mr. Tariq Naseem. Mr. Tariq Naseem, please receive your shield from Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. I request Dr. Zahidur Rahman Khokhar to please join Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and our Vice Chancellor in front of the stage. Next, Professor Dr. Asad Zaman. Our third panelist, Sayyid Mazhar Abbas Zaidi. Ladies and gentlemen, I request a round of applause. Everybody, please put your hands together. Next, Dr. Saad Azmat. Dr. Saad Azmat. Last but not the least, our amazing session moderator, Dr. Mughis Shaukat. I request Dr. Hussain Saab to please present Mr. Tariq Naseem with a token of gratitude presented by Al Muakhat Microfinance, the first Sharia-compliant company in Pakistan. Mr. Tariq Naseem Saab. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our heartiest congratulations to the recipients of the shields and amazing panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for lunch and Zohar prayer. Kindly proceed to the designated dining areas. I request the whole management team and the venue setup and food committee.
Bank Al Falah Pakistan Limited. Sir, please join us on stage. Our second panelist of the day is Dr. Haziq Mohammed. He is Managing Director, Stellar Consultancy Group, Singapore. Dr. Haziq Mohammed. Our third panelist for the day, Mr. Bilal Naqvi. He is Chief Financial Officer, Pakistan Blockchain Institute, Pakistan. Mr. Bilal Naqvi. Next we have is Mufti Sayyid Sabir Hussain. He is a resident Sharia Board member and Head Sharia Compliance, MCB Bank Limited, Pakistan.
Dr. Ishaq Bhatti, please join us on the stage. We are about to begin with the panel discussion. Students, participants who are outside the main marquee, please come in. We are about to begin with the panel discussion too. After that, we have 3 technical sessions that need to start on time.
Over to you, Dr. Ishaq. The session is yours.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very happy to see wonderful audience. And my globally known excellent panelist. To begin this panel, I will give a chance to my panelists. I'm speaking very slowly so that some of the audience will come in. First of all, my apologies to my panelists that I was pushing them to come on the stage, and some of them may not have even eaten sweet. So let me start with the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and ask my from left onward, each speaker to introduce themselves and their name, where they come from, what is their specialized area. So they will be talking three things: name, their affiliation, their expertise areas, and where are they from, Pakistan or overseas, and if Pakistan, which city. Thank you. So let me start myself. My name is Ishaq Bhatti. So I'm originally from Multan, migrated to Canada in 1985, got a job in Monash University, Australia, 1987. Since then, I'm living in Australia, 1987. I was the only one to migrate to Australia in those days. Now my family consists of 55 people living in Australia. My expertise is in Islamic banking and finance and financial data analytics. And also I taught at La Trobe University. Now I'm affiliating with University of Brunei Darus Salam in the School of Business and Economics. Next to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Osama Ihsan, and I'm affiliated as a Sharia board member of Bank Al Falah, Pakistan. My expertise is generally in Sharia advisory and Sharia compliance. I've been associated with the Islamic banking and finance industry for the past 10 years. Currently, one of my engagements is with Bank Al Falah, and other than that, many fintechs, local and abroad, I serve as their Sharia advisor and Sharia supervisory board member. I'm located in Islamabad, Pakistan. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Azrin Basar. I'm from Brunei. So I'm a member of the Sharia Financial Supervisory Board in the Brunei Darus Salam Central Bank. In addition to that, I'm also a faculty member, like Prof. Ishaq Bhatti. I'm from the Accounting and Finance Department, specializing in the area of Islamic governance, Islamic finance, and also accounting and reporting. And in addition to that, I'm also directing the Center of Islamic Studies in University Brunei Darussalam. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Hazik. I'm with Stella Consulting Group. I come from Singapore. I'm primarily known as a fintech expert because I wrote the book with Hasnain Ali here. We met back in 2016. First time I was in Pakistan, in Islamabad. I still remember that. It was one of the conferences at Rawalpindi, and we got to talking, and after a few months, we had our own materials together. We put it together, and then the book was born. But my specialization in my thesis was actually behavioral economics. So I used this to apply to Islamic economics and Islamic finance. My mentor and my PhD supervisor was the esteemed and distinguished Professor Abbas Miraho, whom I miss very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. So this is Bilal Naqvi from Pakistan Blockchain Institute, and I'm very honored to be sharing the stage with academic professionals and the Sharia scholars. Thank you so much. So our job in Pakistan Blockchain Institute is to align this cutting edge technology, the blockchain and the AI with the different areas. And now we would love to, share our expertise with the Islamic principles as well, to make them more efficient and to reduce the risk sharing, the base thing in the Islamic finance is this. So I would love to talk about it more. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Resident Sharia Board member, Head of Sharia Compliance, MCB Islamic Bank Limited. Also running an institute, namely Asufa Institute of Islamic Economics, and my expertise is in Islamic financial jurisprudence. Also working with several groups constituted by Central Bank of Pakistan, State Bank of Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is my wonderful panelist. And now my views on AI and risk and fintech and blockchain is that blockchain may be a new technology which can impact human life up to the extent that most of these physical banks may disappear. I was in the Indonesian Central Bank last year, and we were surprised to see Indonesian Central Bank has already started working how buildings, huge buildings, can be converted into business centers and the housing complex so that blockchain can take over banking, transaction, investment, and they feel that AI can unlock, AI can and Bitcoin can unlock this risk of any risk of financial losses to the clients and to the investors. On this logic, I would like to ask my first panelist, what are your views on AI unlock risk sharing and financial through new products development in Islamic financial institutions? What are your views on that?
Sir, thank you. So I think first thing that we need to understand is that AI is not a panacea to all our problems and all our ills. It is a tool, and tools depend on how they are utilized. So just like how fintech came about, how the technological revolution changed the banking landscape, but it did not affect or impact our customers the way we wanted it to, and the reason being because it was not utilized in the proper manners. So AI is there to assist human beings. AI is there to assist bankers. But I feel that it might not completely replace humans, but rather change the nature of the role and the nature of the job that they are performing. Secondly, automation, I feel, is not automatically does not equal to Islamization. It depends on how it is being done. If it is done in the right manner, if it is utilized in the proper manner, then of course it can result. So if you are doing credit assessment, if there's a human being sitting in the branch and he or she is doing credit assessment of someone, and if they have a bias in their mind that they're not providing credit to the real needy, and if you give the same data set to an AI model, and the AI model is trained on the same data set which already had the bias, where the poor and the needy were not getting the due required credit, the result is going to be the same. So we need to train AI on those data sets. We need to put in those scopes where it enables AI to overcome those problems and those hurdles that we were facing as humans, and when humans were performing credit assessment. Secondly, I just want to highlight some of the achievements, so to speak, that the banks are doing in Pakistan. So for example, at Bank Al-Falah, we have provided Microsoft Copilot as an AI tool to all our employees, and so they can go on the tool, utilize it, they have the subscription, and they can use it in their day-to-day tasks. Secondly, the bank is providing generative AI trainings to their staff. So they can use these systems, they can use these tools in their daily day-to-day routines. And third thing I would like to highlight is that just recently, one of our members of our Sharia compliance department, they took the data of the Sharia board meetings, the past 10 years Sharia board meeting minutes, their decisions, their fatwa, all of that was put into a chatbot. It's sovereign AI. So obviously, with AI, you always have the danger that if you give it to, for example, ChatGPT, it will be used to train, all over the world. So we didn't want that. So in-house, they have built a chatbot based on AI, which provides you any information you need from the decisions and the fatwa of the past 10 years of the Sharia board at Bank Al-Falah.
Thank you, Mufti Saab. You can see that how Al-Falah Bank, under the leadership of Mufti Usman Saab, are taking 3 major steps to integrate into AI and fintech. Now, may I request to our next panelist, Dr. Azreen, the Director of Islamic Center in University of Brunei Darussalam, to listen to his views on this topic.
Thank you, Professor Chair.
May I request ladies to please be quiet? The front seater ladies, please be quiet.
Thank you, Professor Chair. So this is an interesting area when we talk about AI and looking at how it can actually fix Islamic finance. We see that there are problems with Islamic finance. We see how it does not deliver effectively and efficiently for what we want. And especially when we look at the essence of Islamic finance, where we look at risk sharing and equity-based contract to be part of the main and important contracts to be the foundation of Islamic finance. So we see that in the beginning of Islamic finance, but then it just turned out to be debt-based financing or debt-based instruments which are used. So when we look at AI, we see that maybe there is hope. As my learned colleague was saying, the first panelist, he was saying that AI is actually a tool. So this does not promise that there will be Sharia compliance. It does help us with efficiency, but it does not promise to deliver Sharia compliance. What happened with AI and the technological advancement is it actually make our life easier, but it does not replace us to make decisions. A good example is we can actually upload all of those scholars, the respective views, fatwa on Islamic finance. We ask AI to analyze this, it will be robotic. But when we look at Islamic finance itself, when our scholars decide on certain issues, they are also looking at how contextually these views might change. And in addition to that, they are also looking at the maslahah, not only looking at the strict rules, but looking at where we are going to be lenient on certain stance that we have. And one problem of what AI is facing is also information. If information is not properly given, if there's not sufficient information, then there will be some risk that whatever AI comes up with is not complete in itself. And this will go towards, from my view, from the governance side, we can see the contribution of AI if you want to make sure AI can actually provide and unlock the goodness of equity financing, then it has to first understand what is equity financing and how this can actually contribute in different circumstances without hiding the respective information. What we normally lack in the respective financial position is we lack trust. So before we give financing to respective clients, we want to look at what is your financial standing, what is your respective financial strength before we grant you this respective financing or facilities. But if this is hidden, then AI would not be taking care into this. And again, we'll be coming into the same thing. And this will purport the people, the users, to go back to why are we going for equity-based then, when debt-based is rather easier as compared to equity-based? Because equity-based is a lot of risk. We need more real-time information. And AI is not impossible for them to do this if we have all of this information readily available. Especially if you have access to all of this financial data performance, then I think implementing equity-based contract will not be something impossible that we can have. So in view on this, my stand is from the governance perspective. If AI were there to help us to see governance and to make sure that equity-based contract is going to work, we need to make sure that information is easily accessible. Issue of trust should actually be bridged so that this will bring more trust to the respective industry players and also customers in trying to secure and importantly implement and reach the objective of Islamic finance.
Excellent idea, Dr. Azreen. MashaAllah, always come up. Dr. Azreen is a winner of last year Best Paper Award due to his thoughtful, innovative contribution to Islamic finance. Thank you. So my next request is Dr. Haziq from Singapore. What is your opinion on that? Please, as a practitioner in the industry, what do you think about that idea?
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Ishaq. Yeah, highly distinguished himself. I agree very much with the rest of the panelists, what they have brought forward. I think in terms of AI innovation in Islamic finance, it is definitely much needed. We are relatively a new industry when compared to the conventional finance, which has been around for a much longer period. I've always believed that technology is a great equalizer. So if we adopt technology well and we understand the right use cases for the right technology, whether it's AI, blockchain, or IoT, I think we have a great way forward. We can make up on lost ground with the conventional folks. And you all know that in Islamic economics and Islamic finance, we have this additional superpower, if you want to call it, that can actually make us outperform conventional. If you look at our contracts like Musharaka, Mudaraba, we hope that more of such contracts, which are risk-sharing based, will be used, because we know in finance it's a it's a rule of thumb, right? The only way to get more reward is to take more risk. So if we do encourage this risk-based type of contracts and we manage it well, whether it's using AI or blockchain or whatever technologies that we can harness, with higher risk, we will definitely get higher rewards, and definitely we can outperform the conventional products that's out there. Also, I think AI can be specifically, if you look at the products that we can develop, when you talk about risk, it needs to be quantified. Without AI, without technology, it used to be very cumbersome, very complex, very difficult to do. But with the technology that's available to our, which we have access to these days, we definitely can do all these complex and cumbersome processes much easier. And once you can quantify the high-level type of risk that you want people to take, or maybe people want to engage in such contracts, it will be much easier for them, because they are not going in blind. They're just not trusting Islamic contracts just because they are Muslim. Now they have something that's quantifiable. They are walking in with both eyes open. They know what they are engaging in. And I think that will help the industry to grow much better. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Haziq. Dr. Haziq is the author of first FinTech on Islamic finance book. His views are very valuable for us. Our next panelist is he's the CFO of blockchain in Pakistan. He is a really industrial expert. He can tell us what are his views about AI risk in financial institution as AI is emerging as a future for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So let me start this with the very simple observation that Islamic finance is, built on the idea of sharing risk, right? But in reality, it is a little hard to manage the risk in practical, because of certain I would say issues. Well, in AI we can manage this. Right now we are using the AI only for the information and to analyze the data, right? So we can use the AI to monitor the data as well, right? Because right now risk sharing is difficult. Risk sharing is difficult because the banks and the financial institutions, they do not fully trust the data they are receiving from the businesses, especially the SMEs, from the small businesses and the startups, right? And the fear is this, that they might provide the wrong data, and they might they report the under-report profits. The main issue is this, right? So how the AI can help? So AI can help us to understand the business behavior better. We can use this to monitor the businesses. We can use the AI to monitor their transactions, and we can use the blockchain to track down their transactions. Because in blockchain, the transactions are immutable. It cannot be deleted, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be deleted, right? So the AI can monitor the performance of the business, and not just periodically, because right now the financial institutions are, they see the financials of a business periodically, right? The quarterly or the semi-annually or the annually. But with the AI, the bank or the financial institution can monitor their performance continuously throughout the year. And that's how all the transactions are recorded, and we can reduce the risk by this. And then comes smart contracts. Smart contracts are the self-executing agreements written in the code. We can use the smart contracts, and while the AI is monitoring the business and blockchain is recording all the transactions and all the activities, not just their revenues but all of their costs as well. So after all of this, then the smart contract, we can use the smart contract for the outcomes, like how the profit ratios are set between the parties, and then we can use the smart contracts to distribute the profits, and if the loss, then the loss can be shared. So if we go with the AI, blockchain, the smart contracts, then we can reduce the risk sharing. And because right now mostly the banks are going for murabaha, right? They just go for them. Okay, if you want a loan, just we will buy it and go and give them with the payments, with the periodic payments.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Naqvi Saab. This is a great idea. Our next panelist is Sayyid Shabir Hussain. He is a Mufti and Sharia advisor to MCB Pakistan. Let's listen to his view as a banking industry. What steps they are taking to minimize the risk in the innovation of AI and other fintech technology which are embarking on our financial institution. Please.
Thank you, Doctor. As far as your question is concerned, before reply your question, I will like to express my heartfelt congratulations to all the faculty members of Minhaj University School of Islamic Banking for conducting this knowledgeable conference. Especially, I would like to tribute to Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Al-Qadiri and thank him for giving an opportunity for sharing my views in this conference. As far as our topic is concerned, it is basically start my discussion with a famous Arabic maxim, "Kullu jadidin laziz." It means that a person likes and enjoys new things, experiences or changes more. And AI is also a very, very, you can say that, and good things in this era. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Surah 41, verse 53, "Sanurihim ayatina fil afaqi wa fi anfusihim hatta yatabayyana lahum annahu al-haq." It means that we will soon show people signs in the horizons and in their own selves until the truth becomes clear to them. You can say that AI is also one of the signs of the Allah Almighty. Artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most transformative developments of the 21st century, reshaping economies, societies, and human interaction with technology. AI has significantly improved efficiency and accuracy in all sectors of our life, especially in banking and finance, as of our today concern. However, its growth also raises ethical and social concerns, including data privacy, employment, displacement, and accountability. Like other area of life, AI is also present in the field of Islamic finance with its services specifically for Islamic financial institutions. Launching new products can be done with its help quite easily now. The study of the Quran and the Sunnah reveals the fact that any new invention or discovery that is not against the basic principle of Sharia must be adopted, but using the principles of Sharia. There are many examples in the seerah of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in this regard. As far as the subject of this session is concerned, yes, artificial intelligence can unlock significant opportunities for risk sharing, as mentioned Dr. Naqvi, and financing through new product development Islamic financial institutions by automating compliance, enhancing risk management, and fostering innovation. AI allows IFIs to create more tailored and efficient products that align with Sharia principles. Now, I want to say that what will be the role in unlocking risk sharing and financing of AI? Artificial intelligence supports innovation in Islamic banking products on both the asset and liability side by enhancing efficiency, customization, and Sharia compliance. On the asset side, we can say that it enables smarter structuring of the financing products, such as Mudarba, Ijara, Salam, Istisna, diminishing Musharka, and others, through improved credit assessment, asset valuation, and profit loss forecasting. On the liability side, AI assists in investment accounts by analyzing depositors' behavior, liquidity needs, and risk preferences. But using the AI, there are some challenges, and necessary mitigations must be aligned with it. Despite the potential, several hurdles must be addressed to ensure successful implementation of AI in Islamic financial institutions. Like AI decision must be transparent and explainable to Sharia boards of the relevant Islamic financial institution to ensure trust and compliance from Sharia perspective.
Thank you.
It also requires structured data sets and the lack of universal standardized Sharia rules for AI compliance global implementation. Using AI for development of new products for Islamic financial institutions, there are some knowledge-related risks also, which may be addressed before adopting it.
Thank you very much.
One of them
Mufti
is...
Sahab, this is a wonderful ideas to listen to him. And we are going to address in next round very important issue of AI fintech impact on SMEs. Because SMEs, the backbones on the economic and financial development of any country and any region. So due to shortage of time, I can allocate 2 to 3 minutes to each panelist to express your views on, in the presence of recent development of AI, blockchain, fintech, how Islamic finance can impact on SMEs. Mufti Usman Saab.
Thank you. So SMEs, as you mentioned quite rightly, that they are the backbone of any financial sector. And so they're rightly so in Pakistan also, but the biggest challenge and hurdle we have right now is that their data and their accounting and their books, the bookkeeping, there's issues. Specifically, whenever they approach a bank, the banks require them to disclose their financials, and they're either not willing to do it, or even if they have it, they try to hide it from the authorities. And naturally, once banks get the access of that data, then it becomes available to the authorities also. So I think, firstly, we need to address the challenge on how we can bring the SMEs in the tax net. But along with that, I think AI can be utilized to perform real-time credit assessments. Instead of just basing it on cash flows, the cash flows in the coming months, we can use the credit assessment, and as Mr. Bilal mentioned, that we can use real-time data to come up with the correct profit-sharing ratio, or a better profit-sharing ratio, which might be suitable for the banks and which might be suitable for the customers also. And I think in this manner, AI will be very helpful for the overall entire industry to bring SMEs into the credit scope, and to help banks utilize AI in a better manner.
Thank you, Mufti Saab. My friend, Dr. Azreen, what are your views on SMEs, impact on SME?
Thank you, Prof. So again, I agree. SME is one of the backbone of the economy nowadays, because most of the businesses, although we have big corporation, SMEs tend to be more careful for the respective people, especially the backgrounds people, the ground grassroots. So what happened to SMEs is, if you are looking at the financial report, financial statements for SMEs, we seldom have financial statement. And most of financial statement for SMEs is either not equivalent or not sufficient. It is not audited in most of the time, because they are not corporation, they are not required to provide audited financial statements. So there will be some information asymmetry between the provider fund and also for SMEs as the people who wanted the fund. And because of this information asymmetry, the risk got higher. But if we look at the benefit from blockchain and AI, basically if all of this information can be captured and in real time, so the risk of giving financing to them, especially if you're looking at equity-based finance, is reduced, because the operation, the respective information that they have, the cash flow, all of this will be captured in real time. And the banks, if they have this information, they'll be more confident in giving such kind of contract to the respective SMEs, because they know what is the risk that they're facing. And on top of that, we are also looking at the governance. So once we have this as a rule, and AI can be a tool to provide this governance need, then this can actually cover for all of this high-risk area where people are saying that we do not want to enter into equity-based contract because it is high risk. If you compare with debt-based financing, basically they can see the financial statement. So they say that this is what happened from the previous year, and we can actually give you some certain kind of credit with certain limits. But if we are looking at real-time data, they don't only look at the history, they can also look this as a forecasting information. And this is a better approach, because now the forecasting information is based on information stored through blockchain, which is not reversible, and this is much trusted for the respective financial institution. And by having this, it would, of course, help the SMEs. However, this needs more education, especially in rendering the service from the AI. It should be machine learning and not parallel running. It should be AI as the first recognition of governance, and making sure that you are integrating the feeling of Sharia inside of this governance, which AI is actually running. And by having this, then both parties will be having the same information, same level of trust, and this could actually provide some kind of success to the area, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Azreen. Interestingly, we are very pleased to listen to Dr. Azreen's point of view. He's not only an academic, he is a financial editor, he is the best teacher, he is advised to Central Bank of Brunei, and also the suggestions he provides are very up to date. He worked very hard, devote his most of the time, ignoring his family, most of the time to Islamic finance. Please join me to Thank you, Dr. Azreen, for your wonderful insight of SME's impacts. Our next, we can request our Dr. Zakir. What are your point of view on SME's impact? Yes, please.
So one of the beauties about Islamic finance, which I'm sure all of you know, is we use risk-sharing contracts. I think it's very obvious that from the conventional worldview, how they manage risk is they transfer the risk, right, from the creditor to the borrower. For Islamic finance, we adopt a more just system. So the way we deal with risk is we share those risks, right? So if you provide the capital, the entrepreneur will share the profits as well as the losses with you. So that's how we deal risk in a just manner. So for SMEs, when they want to engage into a contract or a partnership with someone, it has to be based on the risk sharing if they want to do it the Islamic way. But one of the caveats that is not mentioned, everybody knows about risk sharing, but one of the caveats that is not mentioned or it's unspoken is that this sharing has to be performance-based. All right? So you will not enter into a risk-sharing engagement or contract with someone that does not have a good track record of performance or has high default and all those things. So how do you tell, especially when you're engaging with someone for the first time, whether it's for a loan or for a partnership in an SME or a contract or things like that. So how do you tell? So this is where AI and blockchain and all these technologies that we can develop from here on outwards to help us understand the counterparty that we're engaging with, how well are they performing in the past? What are their historical record? Have they, engaged in things that are not so savory? So then you can have a better visualization, understanding about the party that you want to engage. So in my view, I think the use of technology can be further developed, especially in the uses for Islamic finance, even for conventional finance as well, if you want to look at everything. And I think this is the right way to view technology, to aid us in things which we...
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Haziq. Yes, this is an excellent point of view. We are very lucky to have you here. Dr. Haziq, he traveled all the way from Singapore to Lahore. Thank you so much.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. A minor announcement. Dear students, participants, please maintain the discipline in the hall. There is too much chatter. Please maintain the discipline while the panel discussion is ongoing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. This is a wonderful announcement. My next request is to my friend from CFO of blockchain, Naqvi Saab. What are your point of view on that?
Thank you so much, sir. Well, I'm going to agree with the professors, the doctors. Well, obviously, the visualization of their data is very important, right? And with the technology, we can, we can overcome this problem. And if the revenues are not hidden, and if the costs are not manipulated by the SMEs or the startups, then it will be very helpful for the banking, especially for the Islamic finance banking and institutions, to go for the mudarba, and not just for giving out the loans for any purpose. If the joint venture is, with the SMEs and startups, and risk share can be reduced by this, then inshallah, the joint ventures can be very helpful with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mufti Saab, Mufti Shabir Saab.
Thank you.
What are your intake?
It is very important question from Islamic banking point of view also.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you last time as well.
Okay. Doesn't matter because I have
limitation of
some
time. For audience, if you have any detailed question at the end of the panel, please feel free to ask. But at the moment, just keep it as it. Mufti Shabir Saab, please continue.
Yes, Islamic banking is also facing to introduce SMEs products, especially in Pakistan. Or I think that if we use the AI instruments and AI facilities to develop SMEs products, especially those products which are more recognizable and preferable from Sharia perspective, that is Musharka and Mudarba, because whenever in 1980s Council of Islamic Ideology published a comprehensive report for the promotion of Islamic banking in Pakistan especially. In this report, Council of Islamic Ideology Pakistan recommended the most preferable products, that is Mudarba and Musharka. So through this system, we can go those products which are most preferable from Sharia perspective, that is the Musharka and Mudarba, especially in SMEs products.
Thank you very much. Please join me to say thank you to our respectable panelists. You can see that on our head. Interrupter is there. Thank you, everybody. Give me a glad. Thanks for the panelists. Thank you so much. We enjoyed your discussion. God bless you all.
Thank you, Professor Bhatti, and to all the panelists for such a thought-provoking discussion. Our request, Professor Dr. Hussain Moinuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti, and Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad to please join us in front of the stage as we present the shields of appreciation to our member of the panel. So please. Dr. Hussain Maismi from the first panel discussion. We need more claps. I think the hall is... Mufti Osama Ehsan. Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azreen. Dr. Hazik Muhammad. Mr. Bilal Naqvi. Mufti Sayyid Sabir Hussain. And our moderator for the day, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. I think the energy level is low. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a brief break for afternoon tea. Following this, we will begin the 3 technical sessions scheduled for the day at 3 at Fariduddin Qadri and Sayyidina Tahir Alauddin Hall at Ibn Khaldun Building and Al Farabi Auditorium at
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great pleasure and honor actually for me to be here with you today. This is my first time ever I make it to the World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference over here in Minhaj University, Lahore. So I'd like to take this opportunity first to have a quick thank to the conference organizers, to the hosts, and my dear friend Hasnian Ali, who made this visit possible. Having sat at the board of or the executive board of the Turkish Central Bank for 10 years as a member of the auditing committee, even though my academic career doesn't follow such a path, I'd like to a little bit highlight upon the recent developments and its correspondence to the monetary policy and central banking across the world. Well, the recent developments or the trends, obviously, and foremost to be located with respect to both, challenging and, in fact, thank you. Is that fine? Okay. So challenging developments on two ends. The first one actually is a legacy from the COVID-19. I'm not talking about the beforehand because we had previously the Brexit and then coming up the first Trump era in which we had the rise of the renewed protectionism across the world. But nevertheless, COVID-19 was a significant breaking event by itself, which gave rise an enormous impetus actually to the increased digitalization all across the world, which obviously encompass quite a lot of domains, including the monetary policy conduct. So the second part, obviously, is, as I already mentioned, is the geopolitical fragmentation, which has evidently, become clearer in the second Trump era. So I'd like to reflect upon both of these two developments, and obviously we'll be a little bit noting on the very potential of an Islamic approach to coming up with some certain, at least, guidelines actually. So obviously we've got a significant challenging environment at the global level. This has a huge impact on not only the global flows of capital, trade, investment, but also the monetary domains in all sense. We've got a rising importance of the global financial cycles. I mean, many, among the academic literature, including Helen Ray, they have developed, multiple works at both at theoretical and empirical front, which actually underline the importance of the global financial cycles. And of course, the spillovers coming out from the monetary policy conduct, especially at the advanced economies. So the uneven consequences, like we had throughout COVID-19 and its aftermath, when it was all about some of the countries emerging far better than the others, and especially when it comes to the east of this world, including China, Indonesia, several other significant producers, manufacturers across the world, they emerged as the latecomers in terms of the economic recovery due to several reasons, and foremost it was all about the public health concerns. But nevertheless, in each and every episodes of global crisis, whether those be financial or banking or otherwise, especially concerning the emerging markets, like the exchange rate crisis and all, we've got, for sure, an uneven, actually, recovery processes across the globe. Well, obviously, we're dealing with pretty much about trade protectionism these days, but nevertheless, as reflected upon in the second actual point over here, we've got to understand this together with the global financial cycles. What we've got, obviously, is the potential. And in fact, leaving aside its own complexities and challenges, we've got still some potential out there in terms of the way we understand, economic policy at large, but specifically, conducting the monetary policy as Muslims. And finally, obviously, I'll be reflecting upon some of the possible collaboration and other type of remedies to tackle down with this problem. As I mentioned earlier, the global trade networks, which became evidently fragile in the aftermath of COVID-19, is still a matter of fact kind of a destabilizer for most of the countries across the world, in specific, obviously, the emerging markets. Why? Because there's a huge potential of friction, and that creates a significant amount of inflation, no matter what. And obviously, with the increased fragilities around the world trade, including the logistics and other type of supply side issues, there is a renewed concern with respect to some of the basic needs of for some nations at least, to secure actually the supply chain. So there is a growing interest or revitalization of reindustrialization at home for a number of countries. On one hand, the global episodes that increasingly become inflationary provide a certain platform for doing this. I mean, pretty much of the imports, they have become extremely expensive. So that creates some room actually for the provision of such goods and being produced at home. But on the other hand, pretty much of the economies, they lack the very critical infrastructure to reach the very necessary scale actually to make all this production happen at a feasible and sustainable way. And the other part of the same story actually is all along with the financial part. So we lack again, both at the scale and obviously when it comes to the implementation, a very carefully crafted version of providing finance for the very much needed industries or households at large. So these are the potential challenges. Come on, 5 minutes? It's all. So yeah, we've got a very carefully observing chair. This is just the first slide of the 18, okay? So anyhow, I'll be really quick, and hopefully you're going to be able to share the slides with the audience as well. So no matter what, we've got potentially the central bankers to play out a major role in extending the finance all around the world. Nowadays, even within the United States, the Federal Reserve system actually is being considered as a direct funding channel to even at the household level or the business level. This is a very interesting time altogether. So, all in all, the growing geopolitical fragmentation, which resembles itself and becomes more evident at trade level, also is quite evident when it comes to the global economic policy coordination, especially around central banking and monetary policy conduct. So what we have seen so far within this whole, half a century long neoliberal type of regimes, the openness to the world narrative, it doesn't work actually anymore. So beginning with the central bankers, much of the countries, they've got to find out their own solutions to their challenges. And of course, there are some new room opening up in terms of bilateral or multilateral collaboration at the regional level. So, to my perspective, the re-regionalism is quite evident at some level. Not all, but some level. So I'm just going to be very quick on those. I mean, I have already been talking around those. But at the end of the day, we've got still in place those core functions that are supposed to be actually carried out by the central bankers. Coming up with, keeping the price stability, coming up with a reasonable path with regards to exchange rates when the emerging markets are being concerned, and obviously observing the financial stability. They are still out there, but it's really being challenging, at greater pace. So finally, we do have loss of coordination and unstable capital flows across the world, harder exchange rate management, and of course the policy constraints. So when we're just taking a quick look at the principles, the core tenets around Islamic monetary policy, we can easily stick to the foundations. And obviously, not as a replacement, but as a complementary, we can just easily, make use of a dual sort of mandate when it comes to central banking. So, the basic principles that we are, very much observing when it comes to, let's say, the essence of finance and also the monetary policy conduct, they can easily be functioning as complementary in such a world of, uncertainty. So, but yes, at the operational level, we can just, come up, as we do already in much of the countries, including my own, the dual existence of both of the two systems. And also, we've got the effective institutions increasingly, and hopefully, more comprehensive, to actually make both of these two work in a harmonic way. And finally, we can just easily, go after with some of the underutilized principles of, financing the most needed industries across the world. Of course, foremost comes the, recently increased interest towards sukuk and that kind of, financing tools, which pretty much actually is relevant in terms of liquidity concerns when it comes to central banking. So, what I would like to say finally over here is that even though we can actually bring up some enormous potential coming up from an Islamic perspective, we've got some certain homework to accomplish before suggesting the rest of the world about those, potential. We've got to immediately fill in those institutional gaps as, countries, including Turkey, lack comprehensive Islamic monetary policy frameworks, and also some, additional legislative and other steps to be taken in order to harmonize the Islamic finance industry with the conventional. And obviously, we've got some monetary policy and monetary transmission issues, especially in dual systems. You've got to address some of the complexities. And finally, thanks to the rapid advancements and engagement of pretty much of the emerging markets for further digitalization in finance, with the increased interest, let's say, over the development of the CBDCs and the payment systems developing, at least at the cross-border level, I think some mutual cooperative platforms, could easily be created across the OIC countries, or just, the neighboring countries, or the Muslim-dominant countries, in order to, remove some of the transactions costs when it comes to financing the cross-border, business activities. So at the end of the day, I'd like to emphasize the change in the geo-economic, environment being not only evident on trade-wise or investments or capital flows, but also quite evident in global financial cycles, and of course the monetary policy spillovers. And then we've got this challenge as becoming a new opportunity to include, at least at some countries, at the dual mandates for the central bankers or dual financial systems. That might open new avenues. And also, finally, we've got to address some of the potential challenges in doing so. So we've got to go for a better understanding of what might those channels and how effective they might become in facilitating cross-border trade and other business activities. And also, mutual collaboration at the payment systems might be actually quite a good idea to foster the development of Islamic finance and its growing role over monetary policy. These are my initial, takes on these issues. I know this is quite a bit of, unaligned type of, issues coming together. But I'd like to highlight the importance of, taking them as a whole. And otherwise, I mean, if you just, try to ignore the role of, let's say, the development of both the financial markets and capital markets, and just leaving aside, let's say, the real sector's needs or trade-wise issues, or vice versa, it's not going to help us a lot. But finally, the central bankers, especially on the emerging markets end, and more, of course, potentially Muslim-dominant countries, they've got a lot more to do in the way ahead, I hope. Well, thanks so much. This is a great opportunity once again. I know the time is quite limited, so next time, hopefully, we're going to have a broader discussion, inshallah. Thanks you.
The speech was indeed a testament of your immense wisdom and expertise of economics and finance. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Professor Dr. Tausif Azad to present his paper.
Every year I'm coming here and I'm presenting a paper, but this year I will not present a paper. I brought a message for my students, my friends, and my brothers and my sisters. First of all, Ahlan wa Sahlan, brother Burakba, Khush Gyalde, brother Muhammad, and Salaman Datan, Ali, and Azreen. And Khush Amdeed, brother Hussain, and brother Rasul. And Khush Amdeed to all of you. So my topic is very, very different topic. This is a really an emerging field in the economics. Talent, economics of talent. Maybe most of you has not been heard it. What is this? Actually, this is a message for my students and for my brothers and sisters and all my colleagues. What is the message? Message is, where is the talent? And how can we convert this talent into economics? Who will perform this duty? And who has the responsibility? And what is the role of Islamic economics or Islamic system to promote and to convert this talent into the production? So beta किस तरह करना है? So what is the talent? How can we define the talent? Talent is capacity to solve novel problems efficiently. If someone has a talent, he can do this based on the innate abilities and accumulated learning. Quickly grasp different subjects, face the challenges in a productive manner, became creative in the unknown situation, reach the desired solution. If you will see the literature of World Bank and IMF, you can find this economics of talent. How the countries, especially the developed countries, they are trying to exploit and explore the talent, and then they are giving the training to that, and then using them for their own objectives. What about the Islamic countries? What about the Islamic world? Either they are using this talent, they are exploring this talent, they are exploiting this talent or not. That is a big question which we have. And either the Muslim community among the economists, they have did some work on this or not. So what is the expectation from talent? Brightest minds are becoming researchers, scientists, or entrepreneurs. Are we doing this work? Are we expecting this from the talent or not? What the Islamic countries are doing? We have to think about it. As I told you in the beginning, this is a message which I brought this year, not to read my paper and not to present my presentation. It is a message. Growth of purple economy and reduce the gender discrimination. You know, the purple economy means the economy of the female, the woman economy, purple economy. So what we are doing for the female, either we are using them or not. If you will go back in our history, the female, they are working a lot. They did. Ummul Mu'minin, Khadijatul Kubra, she was really the richest woman in the Mecca. She knows about what is the problem of stakeholders and how can we convert it. She knows the asymmetric information. And she knows what is the moral hazards, and she knows what is the adverse selection. She knows about all these things. So why our ladies, Muslim ladies, they are not doing that? Why they are not converting themselves into as Khadija Kubra radiyallahu anha was there. Why not? Aisha radiyallahu anha, she was a big scholar. She has a lot of knowledge about the fiqh. Why not our ladies? Why not the Muslim females? They can do this. Skills, creativity, intelligence, and innovation contribute to economic growth, productivity, and competition. The problem is that we are not exploiting our talent. We are not going to the village, city, and cities, and we are asking them, okay, where is the talent? Western world is they are trying, they are collecting those people. Those have the talent. Even they are from the Muslim countries or the developed countries or the underdeveloped countries, wherever they are. And then they are selecting them and giving them the training. Why not the Muslims? What is the problem? We have to think about it. Oh. So there is a giftedness and talent. This is a Gagne's differential model of giftedness and talent defined. So we will not define it. I will go further. So there are 4 talent dimensions. The first one is talent production. Is either we are producing this talent. If talent is there, how can we produce that? Talent is God gifted. And that God gifted is, how can we produce that? How can we allocate them? How can we utilize them? And what is the outcome? These are the 4 things for which we have to think. We have to Gagnes had given. What we are saying, no, we are starting from the Islamic epistemology, but Islam is saying, whatever the talent we have, that is given from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's a gift. We are not saying this is a gifted, it's a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given different talent to different persons. Not everyone has the same talent. Everyone has the talent, but the dimension of talent is different. Allah says in Surah Inam, and He is the one who has made successors in the land and raised some of you above others by various grades, that He might test you and what He has given to you. This is the test which is given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the exam. This is a test for us. And don't say, okay, this person has this ability, this person has this. Every ability we can use it. We can exploit each and every ability which is given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is one example of purple economy for the female. During the period of Umar ibn Khattab, Shifa radiyallahu was a very prominent woman and has extraordinary knowledge about the market and its tricks. She was appointed as market controller on the basis of her talent. Her duty was to enforce the rules and regulation of the market and ensure that there is no cheating and trickery. You can see that. How Umar ibn Khattab has selected this lady, how he knows that she has this type of talents. And at that time, where people are buried their daughters, he selected this as a market control. This is one example. There's a number of examples are there. In verse 20 of Surah Taha, it is stated that man has all the talent necessary for creativity. So, what is the creativity that is given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And how can we use? This is the duty of our governments. This is the duty of our authorities to exploit it, to use this talent. So I've given this name, and maybe you will like this name. The talent is not which we have in the Western media, in the Western literature. But I'm saying noblest talent. Our talent is not just for the facade. Our talent is not just for the corruption. Our talent is not for this. Our talent is to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And whatever the abilities has given, we have to use them. So noblest talent is a man to rise toward God. Oh man, you will suffer greatly in the way of the Lord and you will be rewarded for it. If we will use our talents, if we will use our abilities in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the growth of Muslim Ummah, for the development of Muslim Ummah, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give us reward. And again, one thing is that these all things with the terminologies which we have in the Western literature, these are not our terminologies, like family, like state, like nation. These are not our terminologies. Our terminology is ummah. Ummah is the whole nation. It's not is limited to the boundaries. And all the Muslims are brothers. Kullu Muslim ikhwa. And she says, I have to conclude. I'm already concluded, no problem. And my message is that we have to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we have to see what is the welfare of Ummah. And this is the duty of our governments to promote these talents, to develop this talent, and use this talent for the welfare of Ummah. And all the people, those have the talent, they have to use and use for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then they will get the reward in this world and life hereafter. We have to get the reward, inshallah. But we have to use this talent. We don't waste our talent which we have. Whatever the dimension of the talent, if some is a worker, if some is a manager, if someone is a middleman, if some is a businessman, if someone is an entrepreneur, whatever they are, they have to use this talent for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we will get the reward, inshallah. But this is a message to all of the economists and the financial experts. We have to work on economics of talent, and we have to publish this, and we have to write the papers on it, a working paper, and submit to the governments. And government maybe if they have the wisdom, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the wisdom to them, if they will use this wisdom, they can use it, and inshallah we will see that Ummah will grow and Ummah will develop. But if we will use, inshallah, Jazakumullah khair. And again, thank you to all the brothers. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, sir. That was truly an inspiring presentation. Now let's invite Mr. Fehmi Al-Hudafi to podium to deliver his paper.
So the time is started, not yet. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Azrin. And thank you very much, Professor Shauki, for the time. I am Fahmi Al-Hudayfi, and I am from Indonesia, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And my topic today, title is Exploring Islamic Banks' Agility in Climate Actions via Text Mining Annual Reports. So just this morning, we had a session with Dr. Mughis Shaukat, and he talked much about the rhetoric of Islamic banking and everything. So, but basically, this my research, because we used what it called annual report, so much more it will be about the rhetoric. So, yes, but don't worry. I believe that we have sisters students and also male students here, and my topic is very Gen Z and also millennial, because I used text mining, and such text mining approach is very relevant and contextual for young people like us, inshallah. And well, first of all, why I conducted this particular topic, because well, first of all, if you talk about what it called climate actions, climate finance, and everything, it has been emerged and like terms ESG, and then in Malaysia they have what it called value-based intermediation, and also in SDGs we have SDG 15, Sustainable Development Goal 15, and then yes, Paris Climate Agreement, which in banking, the terms like sustainable finance. So So this motivated my study to understand the degree to which Islamic banks respond to this particular climate action. Yes. So in times of this kind of global call of climate actions and everything, big data like those we create, we use WhatsApp or we post something on our social media, and then we maybe some of you doing what it called have post on your personal social media, on maybe you have YouTube channel, and then maybe you have everything. So we create to what it called big data. So in big data, at least we have like 3 types of that data. So the unstructured data, just like those non-structured, like tweet and everything, because now also people use Twitter as the data for sentiment analysis and everything, and also those like firms, companies, they write a report and they publish in their repository in website. So these all create big data, contribute to the creation of big data, and such data is the unstructured data. And also one of my project now, I used 55 kitabs of 5 mazhab to understand particular issue in Islamic economics. So it's also kind of the data analytics, so big data analytics. So in light of climate action, these 2 phenomena, climate actions and then Paris Agreement, and then the creation of big data, what knowledge can be discovered to understand the current state of banking reports as their action, as their response to the climate action. So if we understand how far research on Islamic bankings and climate actions performed or been done in the previous research, they mostly talked about focus, constraint on the particular research queries, research topics such as regulators' perspective on green finance, and then the social narratives within Islamic finance, and then conceptual framework for Islamic circular economy and everything. So why we have to understand this particular, because we have Maqasid Sharia, Falah and everything, which this concept of Islamic Maqasid Sharia, actually it's beyond climate action. It's beyond it's more than of the climate action and everything. So yes, theoretically, previous research have not used this kind of what it called banking reports to understand how Islamic banks respond to the climate action. So using text mining, I try to understand how climate actions management agility, how agile they respond to the what it called climate. Sisters and brothers, so in my literature review, I have identified key, what it called key topics related to the green finance, which actually, as we can see here, it is on a general topic like sustainability, green finance, and climate finance. And then also in Indonesia, we currently, in 2023, issued new regulation on development and strengthening of the financial sector, which in this new regulation, it governs our central bank, Bank of Indonesia, has the mandate for, climate actions. So meaning that, but then the degree to which our Islamic banks have respond to the climate actions, we don't know yet. So that's why our topic very important for regulator, because the current state of how they respond, we can generate from the data. So how we do answer our research question? how do we know, how do we explore, or how do we identify such agility of Islamic bankings in climate actions? So we perform what it called mixed mode research method, mixed mode text analytics. Why we call it as text analytics? Because we used tool to perform the text analytics. So first, in our approach, we use qualitative approach, and in a qualitative approach, we set some of questions to investigate the data set. And what is the data set? I will tell you later. And following that, after we generate some particular data set from our database, then we perform the quantitative methods to explain what it has not told by the qualitative approach. So yes, this is the data set. Actually, our sample is non-probabilistic. So non-probabilistic meaning that we cannot generalize. Yes, but then we can discover knowledge. Yes, using text mining aims to discover knowledge. So we will discover the degree to which the Islamic banks that I purposefully sampled respond to the climate action. So here is the data set. We have 6 banks. The first one is PT Bank Syariah Indonesia. It's the fully fledged of Islamic banks in Indonesia, and it is merged from actually 3 banks. It's Bank BRI Syariah, Bank Syariah Mandiri, and also Bank Muamalat, and Bank Mega Syariah. So the data is from 2015 to 2022, the data set. So as we can see here, we have 48 documents, issues mean documents, 48 reports from the annual reports, and then some sustainability report, because after Paris Agreement in 2016, if not mistaken, in 2017, our central bank regulates the banking sector to have particular report on sustainability report. So we also use that report. So yes, we have very huge data set contain of 48 reports, and then in page it almost 23,528, and then also words we have 9 million, more than 9 million words. So this is our set of questions to understand how agile is Indonesian Islamic banks in response to the climate action. So to perform our qualitative coding method, first we have the predetermined theme to generate the answer. So it's deductive. So the question is like, how do Islamic banks management respond to climate change in their published report? Basically, this is the general query. And then to probe the evidence, we asked, how do Islamic banks management review climate change in their reports? Following that, we have some inductive theme generated. So the inductive, we have 1 general question and then 3 evidence-based questions. What I mean by 3 evidence-based questions is that question to get the evidence. Okay, thank you very much. I am asked to conclude. But then here is our tools to analyze. Yes, this is what we got related to the data set. Climate actions, or in Indonesian, we use the word perubahan iklim, climate change. And then, as we can see, this is the words that I got from the data. And then this is the coding, our qualitative coding using the set of the questions. If you can see here, we have the management response, management review, management action. So management response and management review is back to our morning session with Dr. Mugi Shaukat. it's just like rhetoric and everything. So they inform something about what they are doing in climate action. But in the management actions, I identify the action, how much money they spent from their CSR, from there and everything. Yes, and also related to CSR, corporate sustainability, and also employee training. Basically, they train employee for this kind of climate reporting and everything, and then financing. So here, this is our analysis also, and this is the finding from the text mining. We generate the data, and then as we can see here, we have words like climate, yes, climate, of course, because that's our main topic, sustainable mangrove. In mangrove, we can say this is the climate action because they plant the mangrove trees. And then we have also here what it calls sustainability and everything. And then here we have the network analysis. So how this word connect, how the important word related to the climate action, but Islamic Bank connect to other words which also important. Yes, thank you very much. And the conclusion is that this is our approach to understand how Islamic banks respond to how agile is Islamic banks to respond to the climate actions with evidence from Indonesia. And the most important, that's. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for shedding light on this crucial aspect. For our third presentation, I request Ms. Ariba Asmat to come to the podium. In a huge round of applause, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. This is Ariba Asmat, student from School of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Islamic University, Islamabad. Today, I will be presenting my paper titled Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I have introduced myself, so I will start from my paper. My paper title is AI-driven ESG screening, enhancing Sharia-compliant investment decision in Islamic finance. My fellow participants already discussed about the climate change and talked about ESG. So my topic is also about this. As we all are well aware that Islamic finance is inherently aligned with ESG principles through investment, ethical investment, risk sharing, and sustainability practices. Integrating ESG with Sharia, ESG with Sharia ensures that Islamic finance not only promote ethical investment that ally ethical, sustainable, and socially responsible investment decisions that aligns with both Sharia rules and global sustainability standards. But when the financial institutions are making the investment decisions, the screening related to ESG and Sharia governance are still conducted separately and through manual and fragmented process. But with the growing complexity of the financial products in Islamic finance, the manual screening is no longer sufficient. It can lead to inconsistency, subjectivity, and delayed investment decisions, which is delayed investment decisions. So this in delayed investment decisions and inconsistency and subjectivity create a strong case for AI-driven solution that enhance efficiency and while preserving Sharia integrity, which is the main component of Islamic finance, that is a Sharia governance. Overall, the literature reveals a strong conceptual relationship between ESG and Islamic finance. As AI is discussed as widely discussed as enabler of ESG analytics and Sharia governance, separately in the literature, but the conceptual and empirical integration of these two domains are still limited. And this gap directly informs into the findings of my study, which synthesize the existing evidences to evaluate how AI can practically unify ESG screening and Sharia governance into a single framework. My study adopts a methodology of systematic literature review methodology. And in this methodology, literature from 2020 to 2025 was selected, and that focus on AI, ESG, and Islamic finance. Initially, 60 studies were identified, and after screening and quality assessment, only 26 were selected for final assessment. A conceptual framework is also developed on the themes that are extracted through Brown and Clark's thematic analysis approach. Now, moving toward the result, the findings from the systematic literature review reveal that the AI can function as not only functions as technological tool, but as a unifying mechanism that connects ESG evaluation with Sharia governance. Which the evidence from the literature also reveals that the AI tools such as machine learning enhances the ESG investment screening and sustainability scoring, while natural language processing can enable the extraction of data from unstructured disclosures. When these AI tools are applied together, these can reduce the fragmentation while that occurred during the screening processes, and enable a single integrated screening process rather than parallel ESG and Sharia evaluation while making investment decisions. From the Sharia governance perspective, the rule-based AI and explainable AI can enhance Sharia compliance without replacing the human judgment. Automated detection of prohibited activities reduces the reliance on manual periodic audits, and digital data Sharia advisory system, digital Sharia advisory system reduces delays and faster the fatwa analysis in the Islamic financial institution. More importantly, the literature emphasized that Sharia supervisory board will remain the central and integral part that ensures that AI will act as a decision support tool. As the literature demonstrates, the AI has a great potential, but it also reveals some structural and governance challenges in the implementation of AI. Such as there is a lack of standardized data related to ESG and Sharia. Moreover, there is a regulatory fragmentation and the risk of algorithmic bias when AI is applied in the investment decisions. These challenges increases the demand for a unified, well-governed ESG Sharia screening framework where ESG analytics Sharia rule-based engine and human oversight collectively work to create a strong, sustainable investment decisions. Now, I will only briefly give you my proposed AI-enabled unified ESG Sharia screening framework. It consists of 3 layers: data layer, intelligence layer, and application layer. In data layer, all the relevant information related to ESG and Sharia are collected. In the second layer, all the prepared reports are in the second intelligence layer. AI tools and AI techniques are applied. And in the third layer, all the results are shown in a way that it is easily comprehended by any decision maker like fund manager and Sharia scholars. The key feature of my proposed Sharia governance, Sharia ESG model is that key feature is hybrid governance. It means that AI will not replace the Sharia scholar. Instead, it support their decision making through explainable AI and audit trails. This hybrid approach increases the efficiency, without compromising the religious integrity. To sum up, when AI is combined with ESG and Sharia screening, it gives a chance to Islamic finance to modernize its ethical values with the tools of technological tools of the future. When it is applied responsibly, when we responsibly integrate ESG with AI with ESG and Sharia, it will not represent the Islamic finance as adapting to global financial trends, but also as a when it is because Islamic finance is positioned is uniquely positioned, so it can make the Islamic finance and Islamic financial institution as a leader of future sustainable and ethical investment. Thank you so much. That's all.
As we draw closer to the conclusion of our session, I now request the technical staff to play the recorded presentation of our final presenter, Dr. Muhammad Bilal Zafar from University Technology, Malaysia.
Good evening, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am Dr. Muhammad Bilal Zafar, Senior Lecturer at University Technology, Malaysia. Thank you for the opportunity to present my work, that is Adapting BERT for Domain-Specific NLP, the case of AI in Islamic banking. This study addresses an emerging but underexplored interaction between artificial intelligence, financial disclosure, and Sharia-compliant banking systems. So, let me begin with the motivation. Islamic banking operates within a distinct institutional and ethical framework. Unlike conventional banks, Islamic financial institutions are governed by Sharia principles that shape financial practices, regulatory reporting, and linguistic expression. As artificial intelligence is increasingly adopted across the global banking sector, Islamic banks are also integrating AI into areas such as risk management, customer service, and operational efficiency. However, there is currently no automated, domain-sensitive framework to identify and analyze AI-related disclosures in Islamic banking text. So this presents a clear research gap. Existing AI disclosure models are largely like they are trained on conventional finance corpora and do not adequately capture the contextual and semantic characteristics unique to Islamic finance. To the best of my knowledge, no such transformer-based machine learning model has been developed specifically for AI disclosure detection in this domain. So, to address this gap, I constructed a comprehensive and longitudinal dataset. The corpus consists of 855 annual reports from 106 full-fledged Islamic banks, covering 25 different countries over a 10-year period from 2015 to 2024. All documents were in English to ensure linguistic consistency during model training. I then applied a rigorous three-stage annotation process. First, I used seed-based filtering to extract candidate sentences based on an AI-specific lexicon. Second, each sentence was manually verified to ensure contextual relevance. Finally, I constructed a balanced dataset of 2,632 sentences, evenly divided between AI-related and non-AI content. Building on this dataset, I developed FinAI BERT Islamic Banks, a domain-adapted transformer model. The model is based on BERT-based uncased, consisting of 110 million parameters across 12 layers. I fine-tuned the model for sentence-level binary classification over 3 epochs using a batch size of 8 and a learning rate of 2 times 10 to the power of minus 5. The model achieved 98.67% accuracy and F1 score of 98.68% with a very low validation loss and Brier score of 0.27%, indicating excellent probability calibration. In practical terms, out of 527 sentences, model produced only one false positive, one false negative, reflecting near perfect classification performance. Beyond standard evaluation metrics, I assessed robustness using a synthetic challenging suite. The model maintained high performance under translated, paraphrased, noise injected, syntactically altered, and edge case inputs. This demonstrates strong semantic generalization rather than reliance on surface level lexical patterns. I also conducted a comprehensive analysis against traditional TF-IDF based classifiers, including random forest, XGBoost, logistic regression, and NAIF-Ps. While some classical models achieved slightly higher numerical accuracy, FinAI BERT Islamic banks consistently maintained superior contextual understanding and produced zero false negative, which is especially important for regulatory and compliance-focused applications. Importantly, I observed minimal sentence length bias, indicating that models' predictions are not influenced by sentence verbosity but by semantic content. In terms of applications, this framework enables automated regulatory monitoring, ESG and technology auditing, and construction of AI disclosure indices for cross-country policy analysis in Islamic finance. It also provides a foundation for future multilingual extensions, particularly in Arabic and Bahasa-based corpora. So, to ensure transparency and reproducibility, the annotated dataset, pre-processing scripts, and trained model are publicly available through GitHub and Hugging Face. In conclusion, This study introduces the first domain adapted transformer model for AI disclosure detection in Islamic banking, offering a scalable, accurate, and interpretable solution for researchers, regulators, and policymakers operating across diverse regulatory environments. Thank you very much for your attention.
That was an excellent presentation. Now, for the closing speech of this session, I hand over the stage to Sayyid Mazhar Abbas Zadi.
الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين إنه خير ناصر ومعين اللهم وفقنا لما تحب وترضى والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا مولانا محمد وآله الطاهرين وصحبه المنتجبين أما بعد. It's an indeed honor to have closing remarks. I know that you have been tired a lot. Have you eaten lunch or not? I have taken it, so I can speak for more than 1 hour. So inshallah you will bear me for that. Respected guests from Turkey, Algeria, Indonesia, and Dr. was from KSA but now from Pakistan, from Iran, and all of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I don't know what my topic actually is. It's just closing remarks. So I just want to congratulate the management of Minhaj University for holding this international conference consecutively. Now it's been the 9th year, and we are talking about Islamic economics. So only one comment, and then I will pray for the success of this event for second day and for the upcoming years. When we say Islamic economics, so we are not talking about only banking and finance. We have to understand the difference between the economics and the banking and finance. Banking is a part of financial system, and the financial system is a part of economic system. For making Islamic economic system a reality, first we have to identify the Islamic economic institutions. Are you getting my point, what I want to say? First, we have to know the organs of any system. For example, we talk about the political system of Pakistan, the current prevailing political system. We know there is a Senate, there is a National Assembly, who are the legislators, who are executors, and judiciary system. These are the organs of any political system. But when we talk about Islamic economic system, so what are the institutions involved as per Sharia or in Islamic law? And we usually neglect that. When we start talking about Islamic economics, we start talking about Islamic banking. Islamic banking. Banking is not a part of classical Islamic economic system. Isn't it so? Banking was not the part. We are not saying that it should not be. It can be. But it was not the part of classical Islamic economic system. What was the first institution developed by Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, then Khulafai Rashidin, and that continued for several years till Khilafat Osmaniya? That was the system of Baitul Mal. We don't have that. Waqf is a separate stand-alone institution. And Baitul Mal, first let me say a few more words on Baitul Mal. Baitul Mal, it's a big concept. We are talking about social finance, welfare, social finance, welfare. The whole welfare system was managed by this Baitul Mal in the custody of the Hakim, who should be Adil. So we have to revive first these institutions. We usually talk about zakat. Pakistan is one of the countries who pays zakat, and the number is huge. But we are unable to maximize the benefit from this zakat. People are giving zakat by their means, who know as per their capacity. But institutionally, zakat is not being utilized. Even the people who have bank account, they withdraw their amount before 1st of Ramzan. Why? Because they know that this will not be utilized properly, appropriately. Zakat system is there. Khums is one of the organs of Islamic economic system.
we know that we have some difference of opinions as per school of thoughts that on what commodities khums is eligible and on what not. But the concept is there. How many of you have heard about the khums within the institutional frameworks? No, not at all. Oh, sure. And so many concepts are there. So it cannot be the case that we just work on Islamic banking and we forget everything. We have to identify the institutions, Islamic economic institution, and should work properly. The Waqf concept, provincial laws do not allow to establish a centralized Waqf. After 18th Amendment in Pakistan, especially after 18th Amendment in the Constitution of Pakistan, now Waqf is the subject of provincial government. And all the madaris and masajid, even maybe this university as well, maybe the Waqf of Minhaj al-Quran. So it's not utilized as it is supposed to be. So for Islamic economic system, we have to identify the institutions, the classical one and the new one, and we should think it collectively from Sharia scholars, from academicians, from regulators, practitioners, and then inshallah we will be able to achieve our goal, which is the establishment of Islamic economic system. I usually say that being a Sharia scholar, I'm just a student, we are not advocate of Islamic banking, we are advocate of Islam. Be it banking or any other institution, we do not favor that banking must be there. If there are more evils than its benefit, then it should not be in the system. So, but this is the good thing, what has started in the world Islamic banking system, and we believe that inshallah we will achieve our main goal, Islamic economic system. I pray that inshallah we benefit from these 2 days. We listen these respected scholars, they are learned personalities and they are here to share their experiences and knowledge with you. Inshallah we will benefit from them, and we are hoping to have more conferences, sessions like this in near future. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Those were some truly inspiring words. Thank you so much, sir. As we have reached the end of our session, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shakib Rakba to deliver his concluding remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I'd like to thank a lot all the organizer of this international conference. I am so happy that you serve you as a session chair for this technical workshop. Thank you. Also, this is my first time in Pakistan, in Lahore, so I'm so happy to meet you, even to share with you my experience in the domain of Islamic finance and economics. I'm professor of Islamic finance, and also I'm a dean of Faculty of Economics, Commerce and Management Sciences in Setif University in Algeria. Actually, the field of Islamic economics and finance grow day per day and become, we can consider as an alternative to which we can consider as conventional economics. So in this session, we discuss, I think, a very important issue. We talk about the macroeconomics or Islamic macroeconomics. So as our professor said, Islamic economics not just contains Islamic banking and finance, but many other institutions are very essential in the component of Islamic economics, as Waqf and Zakat and others and Beit al-Mal. Let me, I have read all the paper presented today, and I try to give some remarks, some comment, and some conclude point in this session about Islamic macroeconomics. About the paper of the first paper, which is titled Economics of Talent and Islamic Epistemology, of Dr. Tosif Azid. It is Professor of Economics, Khurshid Ahmed Institute of Islamic Economics and Finance, UMT, Lahore, Pakistan. This paper addresses an emerging and a highly relevant area by linking the economics of talent with Islamic epistemology and moral economy. So Professor Tosif Azid makes a valuable contribution by challenging the value natural assumption of conventional talent, economics, and as an amana, for example, trust, within the Islamic worldwide. Also, the paper is commendable for integrating Quranic and Sunnah guidance into contemporary debate on youth potential, creativity, gender equality, equity, and the purple economy. Particularly noteworthy is the emphasis on the social cost and wasted talent and the proactive role of Islamic governance and also international Islamic economic institutions as the WIEFC overall. The study opens an important, I think it is open an important interdisciplinary dialogue and provides a strong conceptual foundation for future empirical and policy-oriented research in Islamic economics. The second one, which is titled Exploring Islamic Banks' Agility in Climate Actions via Text Mining Annual Report, presented by Dr. Fahmi Ali Hudayfi. I think also the paper of a timely and a methodological innovative contribution by examining Islamic banks' management ability or agility in climate actions through text mining of annual report. So the authors effectively combine qualitative reasoning within machine learning based text analysis to uncover how Indonesian Islamic banks respond to climate challenges in the post-Paris Agreement era. The third paper presented by Dr. Ariba Azmat, titled AI-driven ESG, Screening Enhancing Sharia-Compliant Investment Decision in Islamic Finance. Also, this paper addresses a highly relevant and affordable-looking issue at the interaction of Islamic finance, ESG, and artificial intelligence. It makes a strong conceptual contribution by proposing an integrated AI-driven ESG screening framework that responds to long-standing efficiency in manual compliance process. And finally, a paper presented titled Adapting Bert for Domain-Specific NLP, the Case of AI in Islamic Banking, presented by Muhammad Bilal Zafar from Malaysia. So in this paper, which makes a strong methodological contribution by adapting a transformed based NLP model to the underexplored domain of Islamic banking disclosures using carefully curated multi-country corpus and rigorous sciences level annotation. In conclusion, as we conclude in this session on Islamic macroeconomics, monetary systems, and geopolitics, I would like to briefly highlight a few key reflections. The discussion today have shown that Islamic macroeconomics is increasingly evolving into a rigorous and policy-relevant discipline. The papers presented moved beyond purely conceptual debate and engage directly within contemporary challenges such as monetary instability, technological transformation, sustainability, and geopolitical uncertainty, while remaining grounded in the objectives of Sharia justice, stability, and human well-being. I would like to thank all the presenters for their valuable contributions, the discussants for their insightful comment, and the audience for their thoughtful engagement. With that, I formally close this session. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here, and salam alaikum.
Thank you, sir. Your concluding words have provided remarkable clarity and profound insights. Ladies and gentlemen, in a huge round of applause, let's now invite Dr. Mohammed Tayyib, Head of School of Economics, Minhaj University, Lahore, to front of the stage to present the shields. Let's join hands for our presenters, Professor Dr. Tausif Azid. Now I will request Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, convener of conference and registrar. Jisa, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Fehmi Al-Hudafi. Next we have Miss Ariba Asmat. We will now honor our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Mehmet Babajan. Now I request Mr. Sayyid Mazhar Abbas Zaidi. Now I invite the session chair, Professor Dr. Chauki Burakba. In a huge round of applause, please. May I request all distinguished guests and speakers to kindly assemble in front of the stage for a group photograph.